Okay, is it working now? Let's see if it's working this time around. Cool. Yeah. Well, if that's all, I did check a few other things, but yeah. Okay, so anyway, as I was saying, but you guys were not listening. Today's a bit of a special day because we are kind of caught between two things. The end of our Factorial series that ended on Tuesday, and the start of the new series of Satisfactory coming to experimental on Tuesday. Update 6. So with that coming on Tuesday, then what are we going to do today? And I kind of want to just, hey, let's just play some Capital Industry. I love that. But I'm also like, you know what? There's also been this release of Dyson Sphere Program that I'd like to take a look at, because I've heard a few people saying it's really awesome, and therefore I thought, hey, you know what, let's just take a look at it and just play around with it a bit. Maybe take a look at this hard mode. Not going to do a playthrough of this unless I get totally in love with it when I start it up, but I can't imagine that's the case. But more along the lines of just trying to see what it looks like, what it feels like, and just give you a sense of what it is. And then maybe if they feel that there's some content to it, then I can make a YouTube video about it in the next week. That's the plan. Not a 4-hour speedrun. No, not a 4-hour speedrun. I don't think that'll get us anywhere. So that's basically the plan, and then maybe later on I will be switching over to Captain of Industry. Now, no guarantees. I am exhausted. I've been with my family all day, so I am really exhausted. Maybe I'll sort of come back to life as we are playing here, but also my kids, we came home here a bit 7:15, and I was like, well, you can play a bit, and they were both like, I just want to go to bed. My son has been on a Boy Scout camp all weekend, so he's absolutely exhausted, and my daughter has been home with her dad all weekend, so both of them are naturally exhausted and just need a rest. So that's why. So they just went to bed at 7:30, which is like really early. But they were both like, nah, I just want to go to bed. I'm tired. So, and I kind of feel the same way. Started spending the entire day with my family. I mean, not my kids. They're great, but my parents. Yeah. So that's why. So maybe it won't be a full stream if I sort of stumble a bit and then can't really keep things together. But we'll see. Let's not. Yeah.
Our illustrious champion returns.
So you want to go to bed? Well, they are. And I said to my son, like, oh, no kids today. Like, do kids not go to bed when they're tired? Like, no, kids don't do that. Yeah. Okay, thank you, J Matcha, for the 19 months. Appreciate it. Thank you for that loyal support. We'll all fall asleep together. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Kids get angry. Yeah, at least sort of. It tend to, at least, right? Just like when you're just so tired that I don't want to go to bed. Hey, thank you, Azam, for the 12 months. It's been some time. It's been a year. Kids say they want to go to bed. They're growing up. Yeah, I think they're just really responsible in the sense like they can go to bed when they want to, but they also know that what time they're going to be woken up tomorrow. So, yeah, it was really nice. So we went to my parents and for lunch, and they hired a chef to cook dinner. It's one of their friends, but it's a chef, and the chef he had one condition: he would only come and cook dinner if my son was coming to help him as his kitchen assistant, as his sous chef. So I had to pick up my son from the camp and then drive back to my parents, get him a shower because he was, been outside all weekend, and then he was ready to go straight into the kitchen, serving and plating dishes and just telling stories with the chef. It was really fun. They are both 9-year-olds. That's really funny. So they're just having they're just having a good time. So it was, and it's nice. It was also nice, sort of, with the whole family and sort of extended family and friends, and then just seeing it was my son coming in and serving the plates. Then he'd been plating. That's nice. He loves that. Do you have a concept idea in mind for the new Satisfactory playthrough? No, well, kind of. Obviously, maybe not obviously, but my thought for the new Satisfactory series is maybe the first day we will be playing in the old map, so that we have everything unlocked and we can just have a look at it. Maybe that only takes an hour just to see what's there, but probably also just explore the new zone and just get a feel for what's new. Then on maybe the second day, that's on Thursday next week, we'll start a new series, and that will start in the Dune Desert. So we'll start there. And something I always something I fail at or succeed at every time. Every time I want to do something unique and interesting, and every time I do the goddamn same thing. Every time I do Satisfactory. And what is it I do? I do sort of remote builds with a small specific area, and then let the trains or trucks or belts handle the distribution. And I like the idea, but I don't want to do that. So I want to do something else. And I'm going to need you to keep me aligned with it. And I think the most obvious thing is to build a giant tower in the new biome. That's because we haven't really built a tower since update 1, update 2 maybe, and that could be cool because it gives us sort of a vantage point where we are in the new biome mostly. We have oil nearby, we have coal relatively nearby, we can drag other resources there, and then kind of make a large tower. World's largest loop? I don't know what that would be. A main boss? No, something in the middle would be possible. Some large location would do. No, I don't want to do a middle, because middle is the red forest, and you can't get to the red forest safely until late game, and that means what am I going to do until I hit that? I'm going to do exactly as I always do. So I need to be getting to the location. I need to be able to get to the location I want to get to as fast as possible, so we can start building that construction thing that I want to build, and I have no idea what I want to build. Make a 6x6 platform. You are only allowed to build on that platform or up from it. No, that doesn't sound fun. That sounds really unfun. Like, oh, 2 buildings. Now we spent 15 minutes building another layer. 2 buildings. Now we spent 15 minutes doing exactly the same thing again to get 1 more layer up. Nah. So, definitely not. Yeah, I don't know what single giant tower, not individual isolated location. Something in the middle. I don't know. 1 mega build, all items in 1 factory. Exactly. That's the idea I have, but I don't know how that's gonna work out. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if it ends up being like, oh, we're gonna end up at 10th story, and then we'll spend all of our time just trying to get materials up and down the tower, or building new floors on the tower and that kind of thing. And maybe that's just ends up just feeling unfun. But you know, I just want to get away from the usual of building 1 location and then, okay, now we're going to build something. All right, let's build the coal. Let's build the coal, but the coal power plant by the coal. Okay, here is coal and here's iron. Let's build the steel between those 2. And it's always the same way I do it, and then I end up with the same kind of form, right? So, yeah. And Necromunda, Mega City, everything in 1 building. Yeah, something like that. Like, I'd like to, for Satisfactory, just to keep the context clear, build something that is a bit disorganized and sort of like a Necromunda or a Hive City is kind of the idea. Just something that is function over form. And maybe sort of like, okay, we make 1 level and this level is going to do this. Then we need to go to the next level. But the first level was, I don't know, 15 by 20. Next level is going to be 24 by 16 because that's what fit best. And then it's going to sort of overreach the one below, and then we'll get something else in, and just trying to make something, trying to force myself to do something that's different, and then bringing raw materials into this tower at levels where we need it. I don't know. It just seems it might also be something where we go like, now we need more iron, and nearest iron is 1 kilometer away. So now we're going to be dragging tier 2 belts for 1 kilometer just to build a little, I don't know, modular frame build or something. That might be some of those things that could end up being like really unfun. Have reality leaking in? It's just there you go. Should be better. That's just a shading here. It's going to be a super spaghetti base, maybe. Yeah. So, pin the resource truck in game colors. Yeah. Don't know. I don't know. Maybe actually that will be a good opportunity to use trucks to bring things in, because that'll kind of have to be brought in like that. I don't know. It'll be interesting. In the end, drones from one level to another would be a sight to behold. Yeah, a train on the outside. Yeah, I don't think trains are ever gonna work because they incline and decline too poorly. Well, decline is easy, but inclining is not so easy. And yeah, I don't know. That's my idea, and that's what you have to force me to do, and it's gonna be a challenge. Because it's going to be so like, okay, but we just need the steel. And once we have the steel, then it's better to do this consolidate. And then just one more thing. And then it end up being like, crap, now I built the supercomputer 2 kilometers away from everything else. Damn it, just because it's whatever I have. So, we'll see. And I'm not going to guarantee that it's going to be a build everything series. Depends on interest, of course, both for me and from you. But it's going to be nice to try something new, and it's going to be nice to be in a new area, and it's going to be nice to see the new sort of mechanics of the items and weapons and all that stuff. So we're going to be doing a lot of exploring and that kind of thing, right? Has a license to yell? I mean, do you need a license to yell? Anyway, let's take a look at Dyson's web program. So that is our plan for tonight, at least some of tonight. We are supposed to be able to make a sandbox mode. We want to do a sandbox mode and just figure out what the hell that is. Here's hoping to release some new stuff. I think they've been quite they've been quite straightforward about sort of lowering expectations, while for the previous releases they've been very much on hyping up expectations. And here they've been sort of going like, okay, there won't be, and one more thing. Maybe there will, but I think they've come to the realization that they have to focus towards 1.0, and what they've been doing is the stuff that they wanted to do, and that's great, but it won't get them to 1.0. So now they probably made a list and go like, okay, we need to do something about the map and monsters. We need to do something about this, machines and stuff like that. And we need to do something about this. And then that's going to be enough. We need to do the campaign, and that's 1.0. Boom. There we go. So yeah. What's the 2 question mark says and metadata? 2 question marks? This is a mode which unleashes your limitless imagination. In sandbox mode, you can unlock technologies directly in technology tree, unlimitedly generate and consume items, quick build, and freely travel between planets. Do whatever you want in this universe. And metadata contribution is 0 because you can't contribute to metadata. Metadata is something that was added in a previous patch where by unlocking things in one game, you can get some points that you can then use to unlock things instantly in the next game. But since we already can unlock everything for free, then we shouldn't be needing this. Oh, really? Couldn't I skip this one? There's no way to skip this one, right? Oh, skip prologue. Ah! Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, Sandbox Most Guide. Let's have a look. There are some convenient and practical tools. Deep, deep, deep. Okay. Click on the infinity icon at the right of the core energy bar to lock the core energy of the mecha. That one. In technology tree, one click unlock button will unlock most of the technologies with one click. Click the unlock directly. Sandbox. Okay. In replicator mode, you can directly replicate items without raw materials after turning on free items. After turning on buy stack, will increase and decrease the number of items required to be replicated in quantity. Okay. Click get common items to get a set of full stacked commonly used items. Sandbox tool 6. You can quick build. When quick build is enabled, construct will no longer require drones. Considering the large number of constructions may cause performance issues, the amount of facilities built per logical frame can be set manually. Ah, okay. In planet view, press and hold to travel. In planet view, press and hold right mouse button to travel directly to any place on the current planet. Oh, in star map is available for fast traveling to selected planets by holding right mouse button. Okay, Sandbox tools can customize the location and reserves the ore veins. Gather resource command. I get it. Maybe I should turn you off. I am, after all, the tutorial. You can use vegetation plant to plant vegetation. Ooh. You can generate, consume selected items on a conveyor. Select by monitor. Oh, that's good. That's the one we probably need if you want to design stuff. When sailing in space, take solar sail. Press to manually build Dyson swarm. Oh. Okay, in artificial star you can enable 100 times power generation. Okay, that's nice. Environmental modification. I don't know what 9 is. Is that like another? Click infinity icon in upper left corner of the sand icon to have infinite sand. Yeah. Click reform full planet to cover the planet in foundation. Oh, reform full planet. Gotta get done. Okay, let's have a look at Sandbox tools. Okay, here we have Sandbox tools. Ah, this is the regular veins, rare veins. We can set them up. Ah, like that. Okay, nice. Local vegetation, other vegetation. Yeah, okay. And infinite items. Select items, consume. Okay, and then 6 Sandbox tools. We have build, quick build frame. Let's see if we... When quick build is enabled, construction will no longer require drones. Yeah, 50 per frame. That's fine. Yeah. Oh my god, we're so slow. Why are we so slow? That means we need tech. One click unlock. Okay. Ta-da! Oh, that just unlocks everything. Okay, that's nice. You know what? Let's kill that instead of just keep clicking it. What is that dithering? What is that? I can't see it. It shouldn't be here. Shouldn't it be here? The tutorial? Advisor tips. Uncheck. Right. Yeah, I don't care. I know. Not all mech tech. No, but up to a certain level. And then we can always just... Range utilization, research speed, probably a good idea. That's probably a good idea because it's... If you want to test something, then don't unlock those immediately. But stuff like robots and mech cores and stuff like that. Cool. What are the tools that we had here? What was that one? That is area select. Now, where was the Nilos button? We heard about it, but where was it? E for inventory. And then the constructor. Free items. Yes. Get common items. Boop. Okay, that's common items. Nice. By stack. Whatever. Buildings. So here's another thing that's definitely there. We have lack of fuel. Not anymore. And then on map view, we can go anywhere. And we jump down to that lagoon. First flight. Thank you for that milestone. And... that is so well made. Then we just... oh, you're here. Go out. Universe exploration. Thank you. Let's not land on that one. Quick toggle. Oh, I did get it. Okay. There. And we're back. Interesting. Hello, no Afro. Where's that supposed... How do we cover the whole planet in stuff? Yeah, but only for a short while. How did we do that? Alright, that was the Sandbox tools. Is it under Sandbox tools? Maybe it's here. Infinite there, yes. Lay foundation decoration. Is it under here? No. Oh, here it is. Reform full planet. Ah, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Restore full planet. Ah, it takes a bit of time. Oh, it didn't. It didn't work.
Welcome home.
Nah, it didn't work. But who would want to do that anyway? Hello, Nick2. Thank you for the 39 months. I think, oh, infinite sidebar. No. All vegetation changes will be lost. Yeah, we have our new circular thing we built here. Oh, right. Okay, it's because it's
welcome home.
There. Ta-da! It remembers. Nice. Hey, Yokip, thank you for the 15 months. Yeah, that's the one. That's the restore. This is the build. This is reform. This is restore. So it kind of makes sense. So what would make sense to do? I think what would make sense to look at is maybe look at one of our blueprints that's kind of working but kind of not working, right? And then kind of see if we can do something nice. Hey, correlated. Happy to be able to catch a stream for once. DSP looks nice. Not sure I need another Factorio in my life, but looks neat. Good to see you. yeah, I mean, this is just looking at the new release that's here.
Our illustrious champion
And
returns.
Macmorel, thank you for the 10
Welcome
months. A
home.
metric year. So when is the hard mode? Well, not now. We'll do a hard mode when enemies come in. Probably not, but you know. Maybe. Right, so let's try to use our abilities here to travel. Oh, it's right hand mouse. Boop. Now we're there. And then as we landed, we are going to go to the concrete. We're going to reform the entire planet, because of course we are. Then we'll knock down some of these things. Yeah. And let's see if we have a blueprint that isn't really working. How can it be hard mode? It's just not having enough resources, so it's not really hard mode. I think it's mainly slow mode. You can now build a smelter. Thank you. Perfect. I did not know that. Blueprints. I think I don't actually have my... You know what? I don't have my build everything hub, and the reason why I don't have my build everything hub is because I didn't really like it. I thought there was some things that were sort of iffy about it, right? So I think that it's better to load maybe the final game and generating a blueprint that we can then bring in here, and then maybe look a bit at polishing it up for everyone for another time. Is that the last? Looks like it. Oh, enable sandbox tools.
More
Oh yeah,
shall gather.
sure.
More shall enter the fray.
Gynacube! Hey, there we go. We are heading to Gynacube. So maybe you've been lurking for all this time and just waiting for us to come back to your planet, and then go like, that's it. Now, 10 gift subs. Just to remind whose planet it is. Thank you so much. That is super generous of you. Oh, we're actually close to a little train of sorts. And that was very clever of you to take the first hype train and then go all in on winning the first one. That was totally worth it, I'd say. Hey, Drizzle, thank you for the 1,000 bits. And Hopzilla with the 500 bits. Ooh, you're triggering. I'm trying to load, but it doesn't... maybe it's not really loading. Oh, it just unselected. I was waiting for it to select.
A generous bestowal.
Yes, like that. And Silver Diesel, thank you for the 200 bits. And joining a ticket on the train. Starving, the second planet. There you are. Thank you for the 21 months. It's funny, maybe... Are you just coming back because you saw, oh, Dyson Sphere, I'm back. It's nice to see sort of... I'm not that you haven't been around, but it's just nice to see this occasion here. Oh, man, we're so far away. If only we had a way to travel between planets. If only we had a... Oh, this place is... it's kind of busy. It's actually here at Starving we need to go. Quick travel. Oh, fast traveling. Oh, it actually takes a finite amount of time. Not an infinite. I still think a build everything hub would be better as an equatorial hub, as you could also have it as recycling hub. It is... I absolutely disagree. The reason, here I can continue to build on this planet. If I had to sort of reserve all of this space here at here, then it just would be really hard to use it for something else. But you know, maybe it's correct. Maybe there would be room for, and that may be something we could do in this mode. Make something that is like fewer items in, and then actually with belts. But the thing is, like, there are so many subcomponents and they don't really mesh very well. So I'm kind of like this build here. I like it, but I also acknowledge that it is very limited. It's working really well because it's so easy just to put things into a box and then don't care about it. Robots will take care of it, right? It would only be a thin line on the equator. Oh, that would absolutely be a bad idea. That means every time you have to find something, you have to scroll all the way around the planet because it's never going to be where you want it to be. If you want to build something then it would be something to go like, okay, I'm going to reserve this spot for it, or maybe 2 of those planetary sectors. Not something like, oh, in the middle, that means every single planetary sector that are good on this planet are now completely defunct because you can't build close to the equator because you ruined it. You would just be ruining an entire planet. This way, I'm only ruining some part of the planet. So no, you have certainly not persuaded me to see that's a good... Yeah, equator space is so valuable, but I would never build any big things here. This is only for the polar hub, and since the provider planet will never have a polar hub, well, this is kind of the most logical place to have it. And I really like the idea of having polar hub on the north, also because it's consistent, and on the southern one we have ray receivers and rocket and launchers if needed. Oh, the hype train, we got to level 1 and then we kind of forgot about it. So 1 minute left, get your 1 minute warning in. Build on your distribution hub and you wouldn't notice, except I would have to take down my distribution hub to build it. Whoa, Gyna Cube, thank you. Whoa. Thank you for the 10 more gift subs. You are carrying this one. Right. So what I want to do is I want to take this blueprint here. Let's stand right here. Oh, we are standing at this location, and I'm gonna go. It does feel a bit sluggish, doesn't it? B isn't built. That's a location, but I also think that there's something about, like, I can't take exactly on these because then the blueprint gets weird, if I recall correctly. So it'll have to be something somewhere else. Blueprint. No. How's the blueprint mode? Copy. It's just copy, right? That's how it works. Is it better to take it from the outside or the inside? Click and then drag it out. Build everything hub. Seems like a good name. And that'll just be that's the sign for build everything. Now it is. I will not be, I can't even find it now. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so I want to get out of this game because this game is running too slowly. Did we get an autosave at the previous one? Is there a way to reduce the lag with a factory that big? No. Oh, here. Continue last exit. Perfect. Go straight in. Where do we have our meridians? Here we have a prime meridian there. That's not how we're supposed to do it. Where's my quick build thing? Maybe that was not enabled. Undo? Damn it. Maybe we hadn't done that yet. Woo! Wind power. Build the first wind turbine. How the hell did we build a wind turbine? Do we seriously? Oh, we have a wind turbine in the middle. Oh, that's silly. Oh, I can't remember any of the keys here. How do I delete things in this game? All right, let's not forget here on. I'm using Windows 7. I'm sorry, Windows 7. I feel like it's Windows 7. No, I'm using. I just upgraded to Windows 10 and I can't figure it out. I cannot see it. Somehow it looks like a Mac OS from 20 years ago and it's not great. So, thank you Gynacube and thank you Drizzle. You are the leaders of this beautiful little level 2 hype train. X is delete, right? Of course it's X delete because, I don't know. And then, space? Shift? What is the Q button? How can I not remember anything in this game? What is the Q button? You mean 11, yeah. Hey, the Jacks, thank you for the 12 months.
Champion returns. Welcome home.
Tap? No, it's not. I need to pick up this one. I can't remember. What was it? How did I pick up the item? How do I build that item? Is it because I don't have the free build yet? Free items and get common items. Okay. Ugh. What happened now with my inventory? $30 seconds left. Why are these here? Here. I delete. You know what? Shift click? Yes, it was because I didn't have it. Because I've been shift clicking a lot. Hey, Commodore, thank you for the 15 months. Thanks for showing off DSP. Well, we just want to try it. Get this wind power. And thank you for the level 2 app train. Of course, particular thanks to Gynacube, who was carrying the majority of this with 20 gift subs. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit of getting used to these commands. Right. How do we do this? I need to get rid of all the crap here. Then there is one of these. And there's the 10x generation. No, that did not actually connect. Look, this is actually having issues with connections as well. Oh, they're the wrong ones. X. Power. This one. Here we go. And the energy exchanger. We're gonna get a lot of these. The alt recipes for optical grading crystals and spinoform are worse now. Okay, that's interesting to see. I can't remember any of the commands here. So, this is the optical grading crystal. What did it used to be? Was it used to be 4 and now it's 8? What was the stuff we could use? It was carbon nanotubes we could build with the other one. And carbon nanotubes is then in a chemical plant. Thank you. Now it's 6. That was definitely 4. Yeah. This was definitely 4 to 2. So they're just being obnoxious. Anything else changed? What is it for the... There, that one. What about you? No, it's still 10. Didn't it... Did they remove the graphite from this? Graphene? The Starfield gameplay... Is Starfield... Isn't that a product that will... Isn't that like a vaporware? I didn't change. Okay. The Starfield actually... what is Starfield? It's something that's overhyped at least. That's what I know. What is Starfield? It's like... is it Obsidian? Yeah, Fallout in space. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Star Citizen is the vaporware. Yeah, but the thing is, like, we used to remember that Bethesda was like, oh, that's a sign of quality. That's Fallout. And then we got like Fallout 76, like, oh yeah, okay. Well, they just took a big giant dump in their on their IP. So yeah, not really. Now Bethesda is in my book. I don't. It's not a company that lends credence to go like, oh, that must be good. Yeah, they have to re-earn the trust. Yeah, that's better. They have no goodwill with me. They could be worse. Could be Blizzard or EA. Yeah, but stuff like, for example, EA, they've actually been with their Star Wars Fallen Order. That was a really good game. No microtransactions, just a big fat game that you paid for, and then you could play it, and it was a good game, and it was fun. And I was like, that's pretty cool. Of course, it was a subsidiary of EA, but still, they could have ruined that. Also added new refinery. Yeah, I mean, I'll check it out, the Starfield. Okay, so what is it actually we want to try to figure out? Like, from my perspective, I feel that this is working, right? But what is not working? I mean, obviously we have some things here that, like, why is that one not updated? You are not updated. And this is a upgrade planner. Stop with these mining machines here. Here. And then bigger thing. And then hold shift so everything gets updated. It goes like bling 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 once in a while. The fact that there's so much is just go bling bling bling. Okay. Then we can ask ourselves whether this is a good idea. We can also ask ourselves that's a bad idea. What does this do? Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's cool. Oh, and then it died. Okay, let's unlock it. So I don't think actually this line here should be part of the design. Because you might not want it like this. Yeah, that's how I feel. On the other hand, it would be nice to have something where you go like, and it will also request every item that exists to come to this planet. That would be nice, and I'm ruining that opportunity now. This is definitely just a one-time paranoia thing that I'm not going to be catering for anytime. So there we go. We can make 2 of those and then call it a day. Oh, that was where we got the... Okay, that was probably important. Yeah, would be another one. I don't know. The more I do this, the more I kind of regret doing it. You now have a mining machine. Okay, I guess you won't stop until I actually use the mining machine for something. Alright. There we go. Oh, that's so nice. Ah, thank you for forcing me to do the mining machine. Sweet. That was nice. Okay, also a new refinery that most people think was added to stop people complaining about excess. Okay, a refinery recipe. Reforming refine. What? That's a weird name. That seems like a bad translation. You have conveyor belt. Oh my god, do I have to build a conveyor belt for you to stop worrying about? There we go. See, I built a conveyor belt. Now stop. Stop with these notifications. Alright, what does this do? What? 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 Coal plus hydrogen plus 2 light oil gives 3 light oil. Okay. Do we think it's good? One coal equal 1 graphite. It's an interesting way of looking at it. They are 4. Where can I see the timing? I don't know. 4-second cycle, and this one is also on a 4-second cycle. So if you add the inputs and outputs for both of them, so on the output, in the input side, we have 4 plus 1 plus 1. Oh, 2 plus 1 plus 1. And the input side here is plus 1 plus 2. So it's 3 plus 3 plus 1. Something like that. And on the output side, I have 3 plus 1. So it neutralizes the hydrogen. 1 graphite. And then for the other one, we have 3 light oil, which neutralizes 3 light oil. Yeah, it is. It's all of this is just cheaper graphite. Seems weird. Cheap graphite. All right. Has 4 belts and 8 sorters. Yeah. And make graphite from coal. Yeah, I agree. Oh my god, this is annoying. Yeah, okay. Fabricator. Now stop bothering me. And then 100% sure it comes in with, hey, you have veins distribution. Shut up. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So that means we have 1 new recipe here, 2 nerfed recipes, and then we have the overlay on that part. Like, do I like this? Is there anything I don't like about this? Is there anything you don't like about this build? I am never making them all. I don't know what you would ever think I would do that. Why is this only on remote supply and not a local supply? That just seems weird compared to all the other ones. This is both local and remote, but shouldn't it... Why is it not allowed to be on local supply? Oh, because no one will request it. That's kind of obvious. So this is just an omission. Yeah, it should be like this, yeah. Wonder what it looks like when everything is working. I mean, we've seen that working a million times for 100 hours plus, so that's not really a concern. We know it's working. It's just for mainly more for the people that that have seen it working, and then you have either considered using it, but you're not because of X, or you are using it and you don't like it because of X. Right, that's what I'm really looking at. I think this will now be the request. Yeah, it's hard to see which way it goes. It actually goes out. Yeah, because you can see what it's filtering here. Out. So this is the output. Okay, so this is actually the correct place to have it output. Good. I designed advanced hub using all the advanced machines based off your polar hub. I don't like it being polar. Next one I'm designing will be in a city block. Okay, well, I already went through why I can't accept it not being a polar hub. Because every single planet, for me, has the polar hub reserved for transport, for logistics. So it makes sense that one of the planets that actually produces all the crap, or distributes the crap, is also using the same space, because that space is already taken anyway. I think that's just making more sense. What I am going to do is I'm going to go through every single one of these, and just make sure that it actually isn't, for example, this one. That is requesting offline, and I think I want to make sure that everything is requested locally. There. And just make sure that it's all set as it should be. Also charging power, I think that's important to take the charging power for all of them. See this again, problem here. All the others are local, and it is, how did I copy the settings? There, that's the settings copied. But I only copied the configuration down here, nothing else. And these are 1000 of each, that's something, but that's now remote setting. I'm gonna be consistent and say everything is set to remote request. Yeah. 1000 of these, that's quite a lot. Like, I kind of have to be consistent about why am I taking some things requesting 1000, but other things like requesting way less. Even 500 here is a lot of stuff to request. If we have it, just bring it in by 100, or maybe just 200. 200 might be good. This is still not easy to fix, is it? No, it's still can't change it manually. This is still pixel hunting. $200 for each. Is that padlock thing in the sandbox thing? Yeah, it's a sandbox thing. That means, whoop, then you have it. I'm pressing tab, but I don't know what tab does, except make a sound. Oh, no, it doesn't make any sound. I don't know what tab did. I think I set all of it to 200, which is going to be awful. But I just don't think that if you stamp this down and then start seeing that it's gonna request 1,000, we're like, that's a bit much, I would say. 200, 200, and these are freaking expensive. Alright, let's try to be consistent. We'll be consistent for all of this, even though it's bad. Okay, that was inner circle. Yeah. Next circle. Tab will add items from your inventory to the slots machine. Slots machines? Oh, it's robots. Oh, it adds robots. I've never seen that before. Is that new? Look at that. It just added it. Sweet. Interesting. Is that new? Because I've never noticed that, and I would think that I would have. I mean, yeah, I think I'd noticed, but... And considering I just hit tab randomly now, then... Oh, charging power is definitely not correct. So... There, that's our charging power. 10% off, 10% here. Yep. Let's do that. All the way around. Should be fine. These are way too big numbers to request. I mean, even though it's just boring stone bricks and stuff, then let's turn down the local storage for this a bit. Yeah. And all of them are local request and remotely supply. That would still be nice to have a better way of doing this. It would be so nice if I could click here and then it just changed it into an input and I wrote 27 and then it was just 27 the maximum. Because this thing, it's driving me crazy. Local and remote supply. Good evening, Sticky. What? What blue engine? What changed to the blue engine? Oh. Did anything change on the blue engine? I think you mean the super magnetic ring. I don't think anything. No, 231. No, same. Oh dear. I don't know if I mentioned, but I would like to have a better way of doing this. But we'll do it once and then it'll be nice for you because you don't have to worry about it. If you want to use this blueprint, that is. That's also correct. And this will be 1000, so that's one of the few exceptions. Hey, 200. Woo! Now we only need the outer line. Yeah, let's just hack that through. Ooh, look at that, 200 fall. Nice. 4,000. Yeah. The fact that it only goes into one, it might be one of those things where, nah, it's for this one. This never needs any. So, yeah. I don't think I want that. I think I want this to be. If you want that to be your production of this, then by all means. But I don't want to build it here. Oh, that looks good. $200, perfect. Oh, and yep. Here. Look at that water towers. Yeah. Stop teasing me. There you go. That's good. I have some kind of exceptions for these some place, and that's alright. It's also an extra good reason to go through this, just to make sure that we have all the exceptions done. This is the exception. I know I have a smelter available. $500 makes sense. I think we're a bit more than halfway through on this that outer ring. Nope, that one's good. Oh, really? Wasn't that the first one? We're done with this. Perfect. All right. One thing I'm kind of wondering about is, do we have a coherent network? Like, if one of them is powered, then everything is powered, right? So if I take this out, nothing is powered. Yes. Okay. So as long as I power one of them, then the whole thing is powered. Boop. Good. Let's do that. The only thing I could sort of think of that I'd like to have as well is the yellow ring around it, but maybe that's not really necessary. I'm going to take a short break, and then I'll wrap up this blueprint, and then we'll take a look at the the extra super hard version. Just have a go at it, and just take a look at it. What is the difference between this and the previous one? You know what? I think I'll have a video on this tomorrow on YouTube, just to going through some of the things that we noticed here. And I think I'll also, just to make sure that I remember it, actually highlight these two. And where is it? This is different. There's no way that was one before. That is improved. That is different. That is absolutely different. I'm waiting for someone. Maybe Draconis, you seem to be on top of this, but it was not 1-1 last time. It was definitely not 1-1. That one looks so off. Yeah, Okay, so we mark this here, and what was the other thing that I wanted to? There, this one. Yeah, that got more expensive, and then the chemical plant here for the. This is the same, but the carbon nanotubes got more expensive, 50% more expensive, and then the last one was the refinery thing with the reform refinery. Yeah, those are the different recipes that are different. Yeah, it was 2-2. Oh, maybe it was 2-2 for 2, or was it 2-2 for 1? Huh. If it was 2-2 for 2, then, and now it's 1-1 for 1, then it's just nerfed in time. Spino got 200% more expensive. Wasn't? Oh yeah, it used to be 2-2, but now it's 6-2. Oof. Ow. Particle collider is different as well. Particle collider. It cost less. This does not look like it cost less. This looks like it cost like a fortune. That's really expensive. Did it? I can't imagine this one being more expensive than this. It used to be 50 SMR. Was that? It's still 25 blue. Super magnetic rings. Okay. Okay, so that's also cheaper. Alright, cool. Yeah, from 50 to 25. Okay, it still looks really expensive, but then it must have been really, really expensive before. Cool. Let's take a short break, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. Then we'll take a look at that hard mode just to see how it looks, and then probably I'll finish up and make sure we have a nice crisp blueprint for this as well. I will be back in 2 minutes. Thank you for joining. Be back in 2. And welcome back. Thank you very much for joining this fine evening. And there was an event.
Another loyal devotee.
Thank you very much for joining on Patreon. JF Roy, thank you for as a new protector of the path. Really appreciate the support on Patreon. Really support everywhere. But Patreon seems to people on Patreon, people who support on Patreon seem to support for longer. Hence I appreciate it more. It's either on Patreon, people support for 10 minutes, or they support for years. There's always like, hey, welcome. Oh, okay, already canceled. It was just to get the save games. Never mind. But other than that, it's usually years of support. So thank you. And thank you here, The Martian, for the 3 months. Insert peer pressure from our Victoria here. Ah, yeah. And Garantio, thank you for the 5 months. Hello, Index Outer Range. And I'm turning in an hour late. Yeah, but we'll probably not be playing that much longer. Okay, so I think that the place to use it to sort of draw the line is right where we have... we're testing out the new features of the game. I think this is an excellent spot to sort of make the split, which means I actually need to change this here to go out the other end. That means all of these have to go the other way again. Damn, the shortcuts are just not familiar to me. Some more DSP. Well, don't get too excited. Of course, we are going to return to DSP when there's new content available. This is mainly a test of what is in the new... I'm not going to call it a minor release. That seems unfair, but it's not a major release either. Just average release, maybe? So we're not going to be starting a new playthrough or anything like that. We also have Satisfactory coming on Tuesday, so not really any open slots for new massive factory games coming in right now. And I must say that Captain of Industry is also taking a lot of my time. And also, luckily, there's a great big interest for it. Hey, by the way, anyone that came in here who doesn't like Captain Industry, and if so, why? Not turning it into a hate thing, but I'm just curious because the people who like it are, of course, commenting and go like, yeah, awesome. But not seeing, luckily, not seeing many, I don't like it, it sucks. But I'm kind of curious of why there would be some, like, what would be the lack of appeal? What are the things that you don't like about it? This part here is also something. If I drag it up here, I actually want this line to be completely clear of crap. That means I need to get... Oh, I think I built it here because that's kind of one of the better lines. This is also a good line. Yeah. I'm only here because it says to Captain Industry later. Oh, you can't get it. Have you discussed your plans for Satisfactory? Yes, I have. Because you're in DSP, yeah. But so much pain. Yeah, but isn't that okay when the pain is mine? When I have to endure the pain and it's not you? Or do you mean you want to enjoy it also from a playing perspective and not just from a watching perspective? Has to go in here. Hold on, reset. Nah, thought I heard the kids roaming. Yeah. Even when I like it, I'm glad to see other games as well. That's also totally fair assessment. Just because you like one thing doesn't mean you can't like other things as well. It's just really difficult to explain to your significant other that you liking other partners does not mean that you don't like them. I would not recommend going down that path. Of explaining it, that is. Not played it yet, but it does not seem to be as sandboxy. It's definitely not as sandboxy. Hey, Heimdall, not for Captain of Industry. For me, there is too much handling of things that suddenly break. Yeah, and I understand, but I also kind of felt that it not necessarily has to be like that. For example, if you are familiar with Captain of Industry, no, yeah, if you're familiar with Oxygen Not Included, then I feel it's much more along the same lines, which means as a rookie player, you're going to be fixing things all the time. But as an experienced player, you can leave it on all night and it won't go anywhere. And I'm definitely not on the leave it overnight and come back and, well, probably everyone will be dead from cholera. But I do feel that it is possible to get to that point in Captain Industry as well. Maybe not just leave it overnight, not entirely, but still. Okay, so that gives us nothing, right? It does give us like a clean open space right there. That's where we want to sort of take the limit thing. How do we indicate that what is on? Should we maybe take some of here? Yeah, I think that's good. That's probably where they would be anyway. That's one. So now you can easily see where the checkpoints are. That's where these have to fit the prime meridians. Because my focus here is not on the prime meridian. Okay, time to copy. And then realize that it's not all of it updated to... Nope. Yep, 4 of them are not upgraded. Okay, I need to find 4 belts that are not upgraded. Yeah. It was there. It was there. That was the 4 belts. Gotta be. Alright, let's see if there are other ones. So right about the comparison oxygen included, and I'll probably give it a try and watch if you at some point try to make another playthrough. What? Is my current playthrough not good enough? I do have a sense with Captain Industry that, and maybe this is just me sort of being a bit arrogant or something, but I kind of want to, after we're done with this playthrough, maybe make another playthrough on Admiral difficulty. Just to sort of go, yeah, I can play it on this difficulty. I don't know if I can, but it'll certainly be a challenge. Yeah, we did not get these extra ones. Alright, does it look okay? 9, that makes sense. There's 4 in the middle, 4 on the outer ring, and then the 1 in the center. Yeah. Okay, this is make everything hub. And then we'll find a good... I mean, I like this one, but we already used it once, so... yeah, we'll do that. Good, so now we have 2 of them. Oh, that's a build everything. The other one is make everything. So this one is gone are the days. And where is my make everything hub? There. Ta-da! Wonder why this. Why are these red? Right. So this one is now going to be uploaded. Well, not now, but well, actually, is it? It is actually going to be uploaded now. I'm gonna go open in. Oh, show and explore. That's the button. I'm gonna upload this to my website immediately because you've been sitting here patiently watching it. Do curve map, it's huge. Yeah, I think that's gonna be, I think that's the easiest map. I mean, yes, you're gonna be using a lot on distances, but you have no problem building a nice big design that just goes like, this is it. Is way harder than playing on Admiral. Yeah, I can imagine that. The thing is, like, I think that map is also just not particularly fun because I like doing cool designs, and this doesn't really allow you to do cool designs because you don't have space to do anything, so you kind of have to be cramming everything in, and that's just, for me, not so engaging. Not my thing. Okay. No, I don't want to learn more about Conference. I know everything I need to know about Conference. Make everything hub.
Our
And then I
illustrious champion
drag it in.
returns. Welcome home.
Looking good. And this has to be... Oh, it is a heading 4. Perfect. Make everything up. Perfect. So, if anyone wants it, it is... Blueprints? Is it just blueprint? Oh, it is there. There, DSP blueprints. That's the one. That will get you... the top one is now this blueprint if you want to get that. Blueprint mode, and right click on items you don't want. And the blue field will shrink to item left in the blueprint. And the shrink to the left in the blueprint. I mean, I know I can deselect things I don't want to. Yeah. Let me see if I missed another one. On DSP, you can build onto resources run behind and then fix. In Captain of Industry, you need to do it the other way around. Yes, that is correct. Let's see if there are any things. Still had some problems with diseases. Yeah, diseases were definitely a problem. Red because it means you don't have all the items needed for it. Good, makes sense. And Kelthor, thank you for the 28 months. Camming it more up is basically doing the same thing just on a better level. No, it's not. Nope, it's not. I mean, you having, instead of having this space for it, you only get this space. So you can't do all of it. So you need to make choices and do something that is less awesome because you're constrained by space. That doesn't make it better because you can't do all of it. That means you have to do trade-offs, and you have to do, okay, now I'm going to be making my vehicle, so let me make a vehicle factory, build it up, then dismantle it, and then build something else. Some kind of thing like that. I don't know. Chris is playing it on stream, and yeah, he's quite competent, so it should be interesting. I think there's also the part about that map is like you you have to focus on digging up to the plateau, and once you're up to that plateau, it becomes a normal map. So how long time is that? I don't know. Right, I'm gonna be leaving this one here. I'm gonna actually save it as something. Make everything hub heap. There, let's save it. Good stuff. When you were dealing with the green belt, it needed to be upgraded. Yeah, I know I could deselect it, but I don't know that I could. Are you saying that I can use the upgrade planner on it? Or, right, because I don't want to remove it. I want to go find it and upgrade it. That was what I want. Cool. Now I want to go to quit game. Okay. Where's the hard mode? Is that the one? Yeah, it must be just this. Ooh, but we get lots of metadata. Doesn't matter. We're not going to be doing anything except just sort of trying to have a look at it. Add games next to quit game. Shut down. What? Skip prologue. So let's have a make a sense of new tutorials. I suppose on this map, rocks, agro, and trees are going to be more valuable because you will be less likely to just mine some iron. Basic operations guide. Yeah, I can't show veins yet, right? No. I can't remember. Oh, look at this! Look at this! This is so cute! And I mean that in a worst possible way. That is not a lot of iron. How much? 5,000. Alright, it's good. It's good. That's nothing. Hey, baked beans. Yeah, I could put a bit of metadata. That's kind of... Isn't that cheating on this mode? I don't like this feature. I like the idea of it, but the fact that it's not something you can sort of regain easily, then it becomes like, oh, but is this is just a test for one evening? Maybe I shouldn't be using it. I should be waiting until the opportune moments. It's like potions in Diablo. That's like or any game for that matter, where you go like, there's probably going to be a better time to use this potion, and then you end the game with lots of scrolls and potions and buffs and all that crap, and you never ever use. Electromagnetic matrix and a mining setup. Which one is it? It's over here by the uppers. Oh, there. This one is... Oh, it's 5,200 for all of it. 41,000. Oh, this... How much on the entire planet? So, how would we do this? You know, I don't actually think it's that difficult. As long as you have this, the meta points. Because the point is that you can't expand to the next level or next zone until you have... Or here. This is the one you need to get there. And obviously, you do need to make the sub-ingredients. But I think that we could unlock all of this. Maybe not 1,200. We can't unlock with what we have. Yeah, that's not... Yeah, we can't unlock much. We can unlock like a bit of the early game, but that's it. You need to get that anywhere. Yeah, that's actually true. You don't even need to. You need to get like sailing and stuff. I think it would actually be really interesting to play like that for a challenge. Like it's gonna be an interesting challenge because I'm still gonna build exactly like I always am. It's just gonna be slower scale up, and then there'll be more challenge in the early game of just trying to figure out what is the least we can do, because once we get to the next level, next zone, is there a way to enable sandbox mode on an existing world? Because then we can take a look at some of the other planets. No. Okay. So it has to be from the beginning. Slow boat to the next materials. Yeah, that's the part we would need to have a look at. Well, we don't know what we have here, right? Flying there. Unreachable. Requires engine 2. Okay. But it's interesting how much we would actually get from this location. But I mean, first of all, this is a horrible location because we don't have a location that's closer to the sun. And that means our starting one has 99 solar energy, and that means the next ones will have less solar energy. And I think solar energy is going to be an integral part. Yes, you're going to use a lot of resources for it, but it's also something that doesn't consume resources to generate power. 7% less mats as you go further out per TSP path nodes. Yeah, that's not much, right? This one is, instead of having 100%, I have 10%, so that's nothing. And then as soon as we go out, it doesn't really matter if I go to, I don't know, this one and there's 100 million or there's 93 million. I don't care. It's the same amount, basically. Maybe at this point it's more like 10 million, but out here it's going to be whether it's 100 million or 97 million. So, yeah. It means in the patch notes, you can also load an existing save data in Sandbox mode to continue. Yeah, that's actually true. Oh, right, that's true. So if I take this game and save it as a new game test, because of course that's the most logical game name, and then I can load it and it must be before all of this crap. New game test. And see, that has an infinite. And then I can load it in Sandbox mode. Okay, I'm just gonna take a short, not really a real break, but I'm just gonna check up on the kids because I hear them roaming and they shouldn't be roaming at this point. So, be back in less than 2 minutes, just a second. Alright, back. It's just, as I mentioned, they went to bed really early, so I'm just wondering if they went to bed so early that they were not tired enough, and then now they were sort of like, we can't sleep, we're not tired, and then, but no, it wasn't. No problem. Quick travel. We should just go one clickety unlock. It's technically 2 clicks because I have to click 2 things. Oh, there. And now I can look at this map. So that is 232. Oh, that's not a lot of iron there. But good stone. Yeah, this is not impressive. Silicon, yeah. But the lack of I find your lack of iron disturbing. This might also be a bit unlucky. An unlucky spawn. Rust to green lenses. It might very well be. Let's have a look at the first. Well. So here we also don't really have a lot. That's not a lot. I think actually it's. I think it might actually be really interesting to do that, because my wasteful normal procedures wouldn't really work, because the amount of resources invested to claim this amount of resources just doesn't seem worthwhile. Like building a polar hub, paving the whole planet, building solar panels everywhere, just to get in here and get a million iron ore. That's not really good. Yeah, let's look at the ones that are further away just to see, like, what is that? That is 16 light years away. Let's go to this and get a sense of what we have here. Fast traveling. Nothing. Oh, there you go. And that's solar system that's 16 light years away. Now we're getting something, but I feel this used to be significantly more. Yeah, 17% adds to the 90% mass reduction. Yeah, I think so too. Oh man, this is basically gonna be a Zerg style, where we just jump on a planet and then we just strip mine it, move on to the next. Literally no coal to spray. Yeah. I think it's actually interesting. Let's see how far this is from my original planet. Yeah, that depends on whether we know which one was already my original planet. I don't. Oops. I thought it actually had, like, it was auto stuck there. It doesn't matter. Oh, it's because we haven't built anything on it. Okay. Solar energy. Salt rock. This has nothing. Okay, maybe this is getting a bit absurd with the acute lag here. That's gonna be really challenging. Yeah, solar energy. Woo! Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't. It gets to more like 3 million. I don't think it's. I don't think it's going to be 97% reduced. I think it's going to be 90% reduced, and then the remaining is a lot of 7% more, not 97%. Yeah, I find your lack of materials depressing. All right, so a really here's a good black hole system with all the good stuff. Unipolar magnets. Take those 49,000 unipolar magnets. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, oh, I don't know. It's hard to see us building big. Okay, let's get to the very furthest away. Oh, this glorious location. Oof, we're gonna have so much good stuff here. Yeah, sandbox mode is creative. This seems like really tough. So the best planet, the one that's furthest away, only has 8 million of each. Not much. But the whole system here, oof, this is what we would expect to see, like, I don't know, 5, maybe 10 light years away. Hello, Wispin, welcome. Again, no coal anywhere. Yeah, well, we get the cheap. I don't know how I would actually solve this part. Like, I think solar panels are really critical, and solar sails are a big no, because they're expiring, so that's just pissing away resources. Yep. Yeah, I think this is interesting. I'm not going to be getting started on it because, well, there's no reason to. This was the one we took, right? This is the other location. Yeah, 183. Woo! You're proliferating iron smelters? No, I won't, because that's way too much copper coal to burn on this. Perhaps a little less concrete. Ah, you out of here, out of here. Get out of there with that attitude. Yeah, it really forces a very spread out network, and also forces a I must mine everything. Yeah, I think it's interesting. Obviously, we're not going to be starting a series right now, but I think it's really interesting. Energy to matter conversion end game. Yeah, that's true. And I was thinking the same thing. Like, isn't there a way to get more materials? But the indirect energy to matter is this one, wage utilization, because you basically get free stuff at some point. Close to. Yeah, I think it's going to be really slow, but I think also the idea of just landing on a planet and then establishing a minimal amount of infrastructure, and also coming back to planets once they're strip mined, and then going, well, I'm going to take it out because I don't want to do this. Yeah. Any thoughts on turning oil, coal, and hydrogen into more oil? I mean, it's an option. It's more energy, but it's an option, yeah. Not much stone anywhere for foundation. I mean, there's gonna be, it's gonna be constrained on everything, and I think the logistics system will be much more complicated because, like, how much are you gonna send out, and we're gonna be like, okay, this is my smelting planet, but then you're looking at it and go like, yeah, but where am I even gonna get stuff from? It might be more like every planet is gonna be my smelting planet, and then landing on a planet with, I don't know, like 800,000 iron. That's a lot of iron. So build it, mine the locations, transport them over to a local iron mine, build the iron mine there, and then start exporting the iron, or even going like, okay, I can build stuff on this planet by itself. I think it's interesting. It might also just be tedious, but I don't know. I can't really say at this point. So, is there anything else for Dyson Sphere that we want to check out? I think I'll make a short little video tomorrow on what is new and what has changed in this. So, for an update, since usually Mondays would be the day when I do my weekly recap, and since I don't do weekly recaps of the Factorio series since we ended it, then it makes sense to do something else, and that could be something else. There's a button for Sandbox tools. Yes. Yeah, we have covered these. Sandbox tools. This is for how many things you want to craft per time. Infinite items, that's just to try to figure out to build them here. I think it's really good for making crisp designs. If you want to make some, okay, let's make something. It's nice to make here. Will you make a new Satisfactory for update 6? Yes, that is what we're going to be starting on Tuesday. Maybe we won't start on Tuesday. Maybe we'll just have a look in the old save and then start the new series on Thursday. Don't know. In the last season, there were literally in every system enough resources to build a sphere in every system. This time resources from multiple systems have to be used to build one sphere. Absolutely. Rare configuration resources are frowned upon. It might be frowned upon, but it's also just the way of the world. So you go frown all you want. Oh, update 6. Do we not have an update 6 command? Maybe we should have, if there are any mods available who would want to set it up. Right. So I don't think I have anything more to show or to test for our Dyson Sphere program, but we also have now a refined blueprint for Make Everything Hub, so that's also going to be available as a little extra thing. And I can and then I think I'll be spending a bit of time on playing some Captain of Industry for a couple of hours tonight, just trying to do some designs and that kind of thing. We'll be back tomorrow with like a full stream of it, so I think I'll try to not make like a lot of progress, but just maybe some of the things that we need to fix and get stabilized that are not fixed and stabilized, instead of sort of pushing tech forward. But I don't know, maybe we will. So I'll take my 10 o'clock break now, and then I'll be coming back with Captain of Industry. So I hope you want to continue hanging out this fine Sunday evening as we transition into Captain of Industry. Next week will be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Captain of Industry. Tuesday, Thursdays, and Sundays will be Satisfactory, and that's going to be what we do. I'll also do some stuff for Satisfactory on YouTube, because of course I will. Of course. So that is the plan. You'll hear me sort of transitioning from one to the other. Oh. Hello. Be back in a couple of minutes. All right, welcome back. So it looks like we got it up and running, and I have changed the category. And the Factory Masquerade, if you refresh your stream, you will be seeing that I have a very appropriate title on the stream as well. How full is the emergency power generator diesel nowadays, I wonder? It's always full until we start it, until we use it. But, well, let's see. Yeah, I think we really want to fix the diesel. Oh, well, you know what we could do? If we can sort of, if we could stabilize something, we might want to try and make a pitch for a big design for oil, because that needs a lot of space, and it's kind of what we need because we don't have enough oil. Hey, Abby Normal, thank you for the 22. Having a good time playing Captain Industry? Of course you are. Of course you are. A good time with dealing with cholera and maintenance and diesel and lack of food and all the other stuff. Just a good old time. Well, we ended actually with no warnings except for the usual diesel one. Hey, the Factory Masquerade, thank you very much. Oh, chicken farm, not enough food. All right, we're back in the game. We are back where we used to be. Ah, chicken farms are dead. They're kind of staying alive. And we have the salt. We have our food processing here, which... What are you missing? Oh, it's actually the chicken carcass is missing. Ah, that went quick. A kind gesture. Thank you, Warren. Hey, Warren, glad to see I'm arriving just at the start of the stream. Yeah, something like that. What would be a thing that we would want since we have enough of this? I think we'll just buff the fuel saver just all the way up. Hey, Hapsilla, thank you for the 200 bits. Why is she cruel to animals? I'm not cruel to them, I just eat them. That's what they're there for. Alright, so diesel thing is not working. I think that we could, and I don't really like it, but I know that it kind of has to be done. So here's our big issue. Everything is being brought in. Here I could bring in iron on a belt, then I would cut down on this part. I could bring in the copper and copper as well, and also the rubber from over here. It's kind of hard to figure out. Hey, Elfie it is. Thank you for the gift sub. Finally got Captain like going insane trying to snap belts the right way. Yeah, that it takes a bit of getting used to, but you know, when you get used to it, it's actually quite okay. I know that everyone says, do stuff. Station's out of fuel. Yeah, it is. Thank you, PJ Chow. Buy some food for those poor chickens. Buy some food? Can I do that? Let's actually see here. I can buy some more chickens to replace the ones that sort of died off. I don't think I can buy animal feed. No, it doesn't look like I can buy animal feed. I can't see any animal feed here. I buy bread for diesel. Gonna buy. Look at that. Look at my diesel storage. Why do I have 2,400 diesel and still it says we're out? Huh. It's a chicken eat chicken world. It is a chicken eat chicken world. Okay, the potatoes are coming along and we are slowly getting something here. That is going to get us to alcohol. And since we only have this maxes out at 9. This consumes 9. We don't need this one here. So let's take it out because it also reserves workers and electricity when it's just standing there. And what I'm thinking is that here I'm going to run into a full storage. And we are not actually using the corn for anything. But we could send it back to the home, to the city if we want to. This one's still burning through a lot. That's pretty crazy how efficient this is. This one this is the biomass. Strategic diesel reserve. I'm not going to use that. Thank you for triggering a hype train. Now that it's triggered, where can we go? Search and order. Thank you for the 5 gifts up. Thank you for supporting. And where is it? It's the compost. Yeah, we'll just burn it into compost. Analog Rome, thank you for the 21 months and also pushing it over the edge to the next level. Yeah, I know compost is not the most valuable thing to turn it into, but
welcome home.
Then it's done. And let's use Unity so we don't use any things here. Chicken farms are not enough food. And more endpoint, thank you for the 6 months. And Chris, thank you for the 500 bits. And Absilla, thank you for the 500 bits as well. Thank you. Alright, 6. How much is this producing? 3 plus 3. Oh, that's never gonna work. Huh. Well, it won't overflow then. And if this stops at any one point, then I'll be able to drain it. Let's have a look and also probably take a look at food here. If I send some corn in here, then it'll lower the demand of potatoes and bread, which I don't know if that's even something I want to. That's a lot of stuff here. Vegetables, potatoes. I mean, I could just... How many for the potatoes do I have? 1, 2. Oh, I only have 2 potatoes. And bread is like way over the top. Okay, I'm gonna drain the bread and then make 1 for corn. And that's it. Fertilizer is low. Yes, that means we are overusing our fertilizer. That means we have to turn it down a bit to 100 everywhere. The top food processor is still set to potatoes. Oh, yes, it was. Thank you. Good. Yeah. How much are we going to lose by setting it down? Some. But there's no point in overstraining it so we run out of fertilizer. And I know we can make better fertilizer, but that's a lot of things we need. Diesel is still low. Groundwater pump is getting low. This is the only place I'm using it, right? So if this is running low, then we are in trouble. This I'd also like to take out the groundwater waste thing. Wastewater, that means sand and chlorine. 8 chlorine. And that gives us water. That actually means that water we can just feed them back and then they can drink their own piss. Because that's the way of the world. Any challenges for the golden drains? Don't know. Oh, are you taking it? Oh, Hapsilla with the 700 bits and certain order with 5 subs. Yeah. I think this is a good idea. How big is it? And it can work pretty quickly. Oh, it's kind of big. And it needs chlorine in as well. And it gets sludge out. What the hell are we going to use sludge for? We can turn it into air pollution. Or we can do it into an anaerobic... I don't know. A digester. That's 12. And this produces 24. So it actually outputs 2 of those. Okay. This is input. Oh, this is the output. Yeah, okay. And it'll be the wastewater. Okay, so it has sludge, 24 sludge outbound. And that's the water out. That's the sand in. All right, let's experiment a bit with what it could look like. Oh, with the 38 seconds left, that is Freak with the lead amount of bits. Thank you for that. And then the 30 seconds left for anyone to come in and counter snipe or push it over to a level 2. That would be nice. But also, you know, it's okay where we are. Almost. Six seconds. I guess that's where we are. Thank you everyone for joining. Freak. And it was a Freak in certain order that got this one. Thank you very much. So this water has to be put back in and reprioritized. It's going to be absolutely a guaranteed cholera. I'm going to have to remove you for sure. Yeah, this is so much in the way, but it would be in the way of maybe I just accept that. I am going to take these out here. So once you build this, I can take the other one out. Whoa, that's a lot of maintenance. That's a lot of transforming power it consumes. Okay, so they alternate. And I can kill this then. Let me see. Is truck export forbidden on the water tank near settlement? No, but I don't think they will. One of them it is. No, it wasn't. It should be. I agree. And then I'll build, what do you say? Oh, we didn't run it for the last series. He tends to build bases which are too large for the integration to work. Oh, right, yeah. Kim needs more llamas. It certainly doesn't have a lot of llamas, you could say. So, hold on, is that actually what I want? No, I want a, definitely not that one either. here. That's going to be the water. Then I will have a water pipe balancer inbound here, which will go. Make sure that it's a pipe 2. Go. And then it'll come in here. F to pass by. Yeah. So we prepare the other one completely so that I can start working on it. Then from here, there's a lot of honking here. But you're not fast enough, are you? To keep... Shit. I don't know why it works like that. I don't know why, or more likely, I don't know why it doesn't work like that. This goes out. And then I built it again. One further down. Lovely. Isn't it? There. Yeah, you thought you were going to pass, but you're not. You have to go around. Yeah. And then it'll prioritize the recycled water. Oh, now that water is out. Oh no, of course it's out because that little intersection. No. Oh no. Okay, so we need chlorine in, and we need to deal with the sludge. And the sludge will now go... Is that a pipe 2? Yes, it is a pipe 2. And very, very important, that one has to be opened quickly. Okay, so here now we need to deal with 24 sludge per second. I have to deal with it without... 24 sludge per second is a lot. Let me check the mixer. Isn't that here where we do the sludge thing? No, it's not. Okay, so that's not it. Where is it we use the sludge? Here. Oh, it's the anaerobic digester, and we need 2 of those. And they're kind of big. And it has 2 outputs. It's coming back again all the time. Maybe I'll just, maybe I'll just throw it over here. I don't need to have it as rushed as before. Yeah. Once I have this here, I'll drag it up and then go at level 2 back. Good, we can do that. Like this thing. And then once this takes out, I think we'll be able to do something about it. Cool. I think that's our solution. Is it healthy for your people that they work on literal waste? That's fine. They're not good. Oh, no lab available. That's actually... Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Then we can shut down this part and free up some resources, because we're not going to go into the next tier support here. What I could do was check if I have... Yeah, I have a lot. I'm going to be doing a manual trip out here. That has so much oil. We need 2 oil trains things coming in. There's more efficient recipe for wastewater treatment. Can you check? No, I don't. Not here. Wastewater treatment that is currently unlocked, so that's not an option right now. And I also need a filter medium that I don't have. Sand is something I have readily available. chlorine is something I can get readily available by just leaching it here. How much chlorine? It's making 24, so that's not a problem. Oh, right. Oh, the chicken farm is complaining again. Let's get this done. And we'll save on the diesel by Unity making it. And are we here? Load the cargo, sweet, go back. We are just not keeping up. And actually the issue here is that these are empty, so I'll actually stop burning for a bit. These are not working because they're missing oil, crude oil, because it's not coming in fast enough. So just having my train coming in here should be enough. Electrolyzer has no recipe. Of course it doesn't. It should just get the brine to chlorine. Perfect. And it should give us some chlorine in this product, this location. It does. Perfect. It's a long transport. Yeah, chickens are okay. I'm hovering around the 400 mark. And it seems to be okay. What are we doing here if we look at... Whoops. We're getting this part here. Okay, okay. These are now decreased a bit. I think bread is kind of okay at this point. Vitamins still using a lot of salad, but it's... Oh, look at that. It's actually recovered quite well. And also the snacks are recovered, even though it's not... So it's the meat side that's not really working. Fertilizer low in supply. That's not good. That's not good. Is it working? It is. No. Why not? Why is it not getting any ammonia? Oh, because it actually shut down for a bit because it's waiting for more oil to come in. There we go. Here's our oil being poured into these tanks. We could do this part. Reason for me doing this is that even if this is pushing out at maximum rate 200 per minute, then this is 54 plus 54 plus 54 plus 54. That's actually 216. So even if I had enough oil, I couldn't scale these up. But if I now have more oil, as I do here, then I can also go to the next one and see, hey, you also have a lot of oil, so let's go visit that. Shoot, did I actually do that right? I may have... No, don't do that. Come back. Go back. Go. There's no point in having it when it's not emptied. Right. The first things we want to build here are these two, so that they will actually be loaded with sand. It's kind of important here. Sand. Kind of important. And a notification if empty. And then chlorine. Kind of important. Notification if empty. Right, so they need to be built immediately. And the train here, the ship is gradually being unloaded as the shipyard is being unloaded. Actually, we want the unloader to be just a bit more higher priority, so that, for example, the breads. By the way, what happened to DSP? We were done with DSP. We were just checking out the new things in the latest release, and well, we did. Okay, so at this point, I think we'll just enable everything. It won't shut down if I enable everything. That's the whole point. I hope. It also just won't really work. Like, some of the sludge will start flowing in here. Some of the sand, some of the chlorine will get here. It'll take a bit of time, but I'm not going to take it out until we have a nice big storage here. And water will now start flowing into here. Good. I got that. I got that. I don't have the chlorine, and that's going to start working then. Exporting the chlorine, which will then export the water to go back and refill here. So let's see if we... Oh, that actually should be updated for sure. That's all the way over. Yeah. Chicken farm out of food. Ah. Chlorine supply, fertilizer supply is low, diesel supply is low. Everything is low. Okay, here comes the chlorine. Here comes the boom. Would less than going to be better? Yeah, it would be. But it's also like just... I have to be careful about not setting up warnings that are not real warnings. Like fertilizer is low. Is that a problem? Groundwater resource getting low. That's kind of 4? I don't like... Oh, yeah. Okay, well, if we start recycling water, then it'll be better. And we do know that it's not hooked up there, so that actually has to be reprocessed. That means I am going to... Can I pause you? No, then it doesn't export in. How do I prevent it from water from flowing in here without... I don't think that works. Yeah, it still goes in by pipe, but now it doesn't go in by pipe. So water goes this way. All right, you're still working. So now we do the first transition, and that is killing... Oh, actually, maybe I can do this. It'll empty really quickly. Fill up here. Excavator is unreachable. Oh no. Where do you want to go? Minus 10. Why not? Then I can take this as well. And let's see. Okay, these are working. This is working. This should be starting to work, but it's not getting the sludge. So only when I... Here. That'll be empty. And then I delete. And then I delete this. You will also be empty. And I will now need to delete here. Delete this part fast. Delete faster. Anytime. Much faster, thank you. Here we go. And this will get a warning if empty. Alright, it's still flowing here, it's still flowing, that's good. We're now getting from here, we should be using a lot less. A lot less water now. Hopefully these are, yeah, stuck. Stuck. Well, not stuck, but this is working. Okay, this one should also be stuck because I'm using 108 and the... Well, it's not going to be 80 that comes back. Okay, now I need the 2 anaerobic digesters. Hold on, this will not be allowed to take, and this will not be allowed to take. What are they going? What do they do? Oh, that's the oil we're still fluffing about. Yes, it's no longer low. Anaerobic digesters, because it's not working until we do that. I'm still venting it out here. Like this is looking at my YouTube channel. Blah, blah, blah. There we go. That's YouTube for you. And I will now... How would I do this in a meaningful way? Yeah, like that. Funny how it starts driving then. You're going too deep on the cold. It's minus 14. Oh shoot, did I do that again? Yeah, down out here. Thank you. It's the defaulting to yeah, to sloped. Thank you. Good catch. That would have been a mild disaster had we not seen it, or had you not seen it, because I didn't see it. Actually, let's flatten that terrain up here while we're at it. Oh, these are looking very nice and full. What about you? You still have a bit. We'll unload the crew so they are available. All right, next up. Good, they're next to each other. This definitely needs to start going. That's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a real genuine problem. Like, yeah, it's not gonna work like this. Yeah. That should be doing it. Good. And then I need sludge and sludge here. That'll give us some compost and some gas. Keep this flowing. Compost. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Yes, and some gas here. Yeah, I know you're gonna be having to do some more twists and turns here. That goes. Shoo shoo. Alright, hello Simini. With better version you'll need 3 anaerobic tanks to sludge. Yes, but I'm not going to do that because obviously I'm not going to do that. I don't have the filtration medium, so it's completely irrelevant for me to even get there. Okay, I think it might be time to pause these two and then see what kind of problems we have. It now goes in here instead. And I can pause these two for a while and then just check that it's working. There's one person working on that. That's the shittiest job, literally. Sitting there, just turning that valve. The control button can change the turn. Uh-huh. Yeah, the Unity is going down pretty quick. That's because we are trying to build this up pretty quick as well. So I'm going to take out fuel saver. Thank you for reminding me. That should give us a positive again. Groundwater is running low. I think we can ignore that right now. Fertilizer is running low. That's less than ideal. But maybe if we burn more oil, we can... Hey, that's also going to help burn through our Unity a bit faster. That'll just double the speed of it. For a bit. Missing input? Ah, okay. We have missing input and it's kind of irrelevant to do this. Yeah. I'm going to need a warning when this is full. And I'm going to need a warning when this is full. Compost was something we can drop, right? Compost is... No. Yes, it is. Okay. So... I guess we'll just add compost here. Like, we don't... Compost doesn't have any features, right? We can turn it into organic fertilizer. Is that worth it? I don't know. She was nearly backed up to get a heads up on our old fin cholera. No, but I can do it the other way around. Like, if the water drops, then we're warning it. If this one is unable to keep up, we warn about it. If these two fill up, then we warn about it. So those should be the error conditions. Should be. Like, we don't have the error condition of this consuming more than a belt can process. This one can also process up to 160, so it shouldn't be, again, shouldn't, right? So I think I have all the error conditions indirectly, but I don't have one that says, sludge is full. I grow special organic corn on the poop to feed the people. Ah, lovely. How about saying the auto empty for the sewage output at 75? What? Auto empty at the sewage? What do you mean? Does compost be farmable? I hope so, but I don't know. How about setting the auto empty for the sewage output at 75? This one? Oh no, this is not the sewage. I don't have a sewage excavator, no fuel. That the compost in production, seeing them set to... Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I will, but it's also kind of... Right now I have nothing requesting it, so this is not going to do anything because I'm not requesting anything here. There's nothing requesting compost, there's nothing requesting anything else. We could request compost because we also have a compost building up here. Oh, it's actually building up a lot. So I could sort of transition this to bring compost over here and then make, instead of making fertilizer 1, then we use, for the wheat, bring compost in and then make fertilizer, natural fertilizer from it. That should be okay, right? How do we know? Yeah, that's in a mixer. Okay. Let's mix it up. If I make fertilizer, that's 36. Let's just get some numbers about, is 36 enough? Is it a lot? Is it nothing? This is producing 1 from 12. And the other one is also producing very little. So I think this is just going to burn on whatever kind of fertilizer we have available. So this goes fertilizer, water comes in on the same pipe. That actually meets here. And then it is just compost coming in. That is a normal boring here. So I guess it's just like this. If I build it here, the trucks will have to go a bit further. I could also build it here. And then leach the water from this part somehow. Why is it not connecting? Oh, never mind. Now it's connecting. So it goes in here. I leach water from this point. I'm bringing in compost. And from here, I need to bring it on level 1 and get in to here and here. Good. This one's done. Yeah. And once we are done with this pipe as well, still has a bit of product in it. Okay, let me see. To prioritize going to the treatment, but allow it to be dumped if it backs up. Yes, but I don't have room, or well, I don't have... yes, I could do that. I agree. And then I'll bring just a boring regular pipe here. Got it. And this one will be rotated eventually once this empties, which it will now. I'll unpause. Yeah. Don't care about this one's empty. This is just consume whatever you have and then use it here. Now I've also reduced the fertilizer usage. This pipe is almost empty, so we can almost take it out. 3, 2, 1. And let's see, what do we see? And how come you don't move your city away from the harbor? I don't know. Maybe you don't mean anything by it, but I just don't. I feel that there are some implied things about it. Yes, I'd like to build it over here, but I've only just started removing it, and there are other things as well that I'd like to move here, like my oil build, for example. That's absolutely necessary. So the reason why is also that I would have to. These are freaking expensive, and I'd have to rebuild them again somewhere else, and I'd have to rebuild all of that before I even start taking this out. So yeah, it's a lot of movement, and I think it's one of those things that I'd like to do that eventually. I just don't really have it right now on my to-do list, right? That looks like trash. Yeah. Okay, we have positive unity. We have no warning on... That warning is still there. It's actually building up now. When you play on the curve map, most of the resources are on the other end of the map. You don't need your boat for much, so move everything to another part of the island from the beginning. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not playing on the curve map, so... okay, we might actually be sort of running out of fluid again, of oil again, but also running full here. Okay, so it looks like we have the option of, if we run out of oil, we can send our private ship out to get some more. That's good to know. Good to know. See, coming from certain order about pause function. Pause junction. Certain order, certain order, certain order, certain order. Pause junction, blocking water. Up here. Pause junction. Can we be more specific about where? For pause water? What are we talking about? Do you want me to, or have you said that I have built a... Oh, you mean like pausing? No, I don't know what you mean. Try it, yeah. Fertilizer 2 is 20% more from practically waste resources. Yes and no. Practically waste resources, you're absolutely correct, but I'm not wasting those resources. Well, currently I am. And again, it's yet another thing to build, and I don't have that built right now, so I'm gonna have to make some compromises here. You're coming in, you're processing, you are making here, and I now need to rotate, toggle direction, and I need to kill here. I don't know if I have enough water. You are now getting fertilizer 1. 1.5? Weird that it says 1.5. 1.6. Oh, because it's a mix probably. Yeah. So this will be fertilized if it can. If it can't, boo-hoo. And that means we should be able to build up more fertilization here for future. Already got it. Okay, thanks. It doesn't have a distance limit where buildings need to be. Yeah. Okay. I think we're actually stabilized a few things now. This is taking out. How is that matching? Oh, it's actually matching really well with our space station here. Once we've then taken. We can also start taking out here, but don't really care if I take... It's just important that I don't refill it again. So let's actually just take out everything and then accept that this will be tearing down because it's gonna go down anyway. I don't need to go up because I can't go anywhere. All of this is being munched on anyway, so. Here. Edit area. Good. So if I ask again, soil water doesn't have anything to do with groundwater. I notice it's not placing them exactly on them, but okay, so the soil water is in this area. You can place one of these buildings, and when you place them, they'll start consuming from the overall, and it's the whole reservoir that decreases. So it's not like a local here, it's just they will be decreasing overall. Jay Besterman, the tier 3 for 6 months. Thank you so much for that tier 3. At a point where oil production doesn't yield enough ammonia to keep everyone fed, I've been electrolyzing ammonia to get rid of it before. Now I'm planning to start synthesizing it. Oh, yeah. I guess that's the back and forth. All right, let's have a look at our food situation. We have minuscule amounts here, but we also do not have a complaints about lack of food. I mean, we're probably going to get it in a second because I mentioned it here, but yeah. This soil is looking good. Oh, look at that. That fertilizer is great. Maybe we're actually getting... How much fertilizer are we getting? Yeah, okay. I think it's just right now that it looks like it's doing great. Fertilizer is low. Yeah, but not anymore. Now it's actually not low. It's 25%. Now it's 24%, 22%, 23%. I think it's coming back. But we are also not getting enough oil. So I think if we have more oil on the map... We have a lot of oil on the map. Let's go. Let's go. Load cargo. Been having some problems today. If your stream is disconnected, try to refresh. If it doesn't fix it, sorry, you can catch the VOD. That's weird. Restart button, had to restart Chrome to get back on. Okay, well, thank you for noticing, or for notifying, also for notifying me, because that means we get a lot of, is it just me, or is it working? And then I start panicking, and then the whole thing deteriorates rapidly when I start panicking. Household goods. That's the thing, right? Let's take a look at household goods. I get so confused. I get so overwhelmed by this. $20, 4, and 4. 16 household goods. How much, in terms of household goods, do we think they will consume? I guess we can build one of these household goods location things and just have a go at it and just check what it is. Actually, I'd like to build a household goods here. That is a settlement service. Household goods module. I'll build it. We need to figure out how much it actually consumes. Oh, 18.4 per 60. It's an IKEA. Yeah. That's something. That is something. Oh, it's so obvious that it should be built here. But someone has filled up a lot of crap here. Look at all this crap. From the people who brought you glass cannons, choosing glass rocking chairs. I'm gonna kill this one, and then it'll probably be complaining that I just lost all of that. It's gone. Why was he elected president of the Netherlands? That doesn't make any sense. I don't think I got the joke if I'm asking... Yeah. 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 I understand it, but I just... Why would he be elected president of the Netherlands? That's the weird place. That's like when I saw something like, oh, Denmark has donated uh, anti-ship missiles to Ukraine, and comments were like, way to go, the Dutch people are awesome. Like, I'm sure they are, but that's not really something to do with the matter. Yeah. Well, you can't be elected King of Sweden. No, you have to be... Well, actually, you can be elected if you are a general in Napoleon's army. Then you can. Because that's not real king in Sweden. They just got some random French general. Nope, not by God, by Napoleon. Bonaparte. So. And for him, Dutch people are awesome. I know some cool Dutch people, but I certainly also know someone who I'm not a fan of. So, yeah. That's too close, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. Fertilizer supply is low. Here we go again. Ah. Where are the household goods? Rocking chairs. Do I actually want to build the rocking chairs here? No, I don't really want to build the rocking chairs here. Hold on. Oh yeah, that's right. I think I just want to drag the rocking chairs directly into where they need to go. I think that's good. Will tomorrow be Captain Industry video for YouTube? Nope. Nope. That's Tuesday, Thursdays, and Sundays. Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays. The day after I stream generally. Which is kind of why you probably ask now, because I'm streaming now, but nope. Glass, steel, and... not wood. RF. Rocking chairs. Rocking chairs. Perfect. And get glass in here. First, if you can receive... What? Revive and bring out. As a French, I'm not a relative of Napoleon. Well, I think at least. Well, you never know. Okay, let's see if these are coming in. Would be nice. So right now we only have fertilizer running low. And it's not like low, it's kind of maybe steady-ish. Hold on, you did... You're kidding? That's an absolutely ridiculous amount of resources I just put on my ship. So that's basically like infinite resources. Denmark negotiating peace. Yeah, I know. So if we have like Tekevaro or any other Canadians around here, it is good that we finally come at peace. But what is more important is that Canada now has a land border with Europe. How about that? Canada now is has a land border with Europe. That's interesting, right? I think that's interesting. So let's... That now it makes much more sense that Canada is part of Eurovision, or I think they're part of Eurovision. It wouldn't surprise me. What is this land border? It's on Hans Island. Yeah, so there's a little island between Greenland and Ellis Island. I don't know. No, Ellis Island. That's where the statue. Whatever. Elsmore. Whatever. Some little island up north of Canada, and they drew the maps back in the days. Ellesmere Island. Yeah. And then drew the maps, and it was like that's fine. And then afterwards, you go like, there's actually an island there on the border. And then in the 70s, I think, the Canada went there and planted the Canadian flag, and then shortly afterwards, the Danish foreign minister went there and took down the Canadian flag and put up the Danish flag and left. I think it was the Canadians that started sort of claiming that island, and then it sort of went back and forth with exchanging, raising the respective flag and exchanging a bottle of liquor with each other, and then sort of go like, we also want it. Yeah, okay, we can't just let you lay claim to it and not contest it for 10 years, because then by sort of international law, then you will actually sort of own the rights to it. So they went like politely back and forth, and it was actually because of the Ukraine situation that Denmark and Canada decided that, you know what, we owe the world to show that border disputes can be settled in other ways. And I think that was like a really sensible thing to sort of go like, yeah, just split it down the middle and have a good time. So I think that was very good. Have I tried? No, I haven't, and I don't like it. So who invited first? No one invited first because it was uncontested, and then it became contested. So yeah. But it also kind of doesn't really matter because it's alright, we're not actually burning the fuel gas. We don't have the fuel gas can... We eventually want to turn fuel gas into diesel. But this one is making 10 fuel gas per second. Or per minute. Actually slightly less, because this is not running all the time. So, I'm kind of wondering what I should use the fuel gas for. I don't know. But I kind of need to use it for something. Could I make a backup boiler here? And then sort of prioritize that in here? No, because then I'm just going to vent more. Yeah, that's not an option. It's nice to run boilers off for oil refinery. Yeah, but I can't do that because it's not going to win me anything unless I start using the light oil for something better, and I can't, because otherwise right now I'm just venting the rest of the light oil, which I know is a bad idea, but it's the only thing I can do. Health boost is still active because we have health issues. Severe fuel, that's the first time we see. Oh, look at that, we have no water pollution anymore. That's cool. No water pollution. Ha! Diesel just needs oxygen. Yeah, I know. I might just build a small one over here, but it's going to be more trucking intensive. This is starting to become like a meaningful amount of space that we could work on. What are we going to do for this chemical plant? I think it's... it must... Is it... It's a cracking unit. Oh, of course. Completely useless, this one. It will be here. Do I not? I have a... We're producing oxygen and it's the nitrogen we're using. Huh. So we could actually leach some oxygen out of this as well. We could leach that and that wouldn't cost us anything. Let's establish that here. Is there... Is this pipeable? No, it's not pipeable. That's a good word, pipeable. And it's both using 1, 2, and then it have to go up to 3, right? Yeah, up to 3 to even get there. Okay. So that would get us the oxygen, and can I pipe it from here? No, I can't pipe it from there. This is going to be too messed up. Where do we have... Diesel is coming in. Huh. Yeah, but we need rubber all the time. Couldn't we do a... We could have this diesel being, first of all, just available to the network. But also being feeding in here and being the primary. So that I only use it for backup. Kind of shitty to build it here. Like, that is the obvious thing, except that's not balancing it. That's just putting it in and competing against whatever I have. Yeah, fuel gas is high. That'll be the fuel gas. It's a bad idea, by the way. This one will be enabled for truck export. And then I will get this one out. And we'll go into a splitter. Does that go directly? No, it can't go directly into a splitter. So. A strategic diesel supply for bad times. No, just it's not for bad times. It's for all the times, because all the times are bad times. There are only bad diesel times these days. Oh, that also doesn't work. Alright, this one gets built immediately. Otherwise, we don't have fertilizer. So, and and another stack here. And I think that's also fine. $170 unity. Whew. Oh, 100 and... Oh, look at that. +5. Oh, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Look at that. Maxed out on everything except hospitals. Nice. Nice. Does carbon dioxide count as air pollution? Yes, but it's much lower air pollution. So here we have, for example, exhaust is 60 for 30, but carbon dioxide is 60 for 15. So carbon dioxide is less. Does the auto balance on turbines do anything? Yes, it does. It makes them not run all the time. Push it out here. Which is good. You are going to go in. You are Priority? Why are you burning? You should not be burning. Excuse me. You're not working. This is a pipe 2. Ah, this is a pipe 1, so it's kind of wonky, I guess, because it can run faster on the pipe 1, pipe 2. Let's kill this and make it into a pipe 1. What? Yeah. I can explain what the auto balance does. We'll just, I want to get this one up and running so we can see that it is running. Okay, so what if I rotate, toggle the direction on this? It's probably not a good idea. I'd really like it to be balanced, but the cool thing is now it actually just pours it in here. Anything that it can pour in there. It might be a bit of a problem with the rubber, but do we have a warning on rubber? Nope. Let's do a warning, so if we somehow run out, then we know why. Alright, so let me explain the auto balance, how that works. Okay, so this is a good example of auto balance. It's not working. It's stuck. And it only really works if you have flywheels. If you don't have flywheels, then there's no... This is the internal buffer. This is the battery, basically, to make it really simple. They'll work onto the battery, flywheels, is up to a certain amount, and then it'll sort of gradually go down as it's consuming power. Once it reaches not this threshold, but some threshold close to this, it'll start scaling up again. Now, these power plants in this game, unlike in Factorio, they will have a ramp up time. That means if they turn off and start up again, they consume power or they consume resources, but don't really deliver power. So you want to make sure that they have as long periods of idle time as possible. So charge up a big battery and then shut down, and then you can see here now it's starting to work again. If you don't set it to auto balance, it'll just always keep working. But if you set it to auto balance, then it'll scale down, but that requires you have sufficient flywheels. Also, if you have the low pressure turbine, I would not recommend having this one on auto balance, because if this one auto balances down while the other ones are up, then you can actually have things stuck. And I freaking love this one. This is so good. This is unbelievably good. And I love the fact that some people were like, it's not gonna work. And I was like, you just wait. And this has worked absolutely flawlessly for quite a few hours. Ooh, how are we doing here? So cool. Look at that, it's almost done. Saying that power generator 2 is 1 square shorter than power than 4 level 1, so you can't replace them. Ah, okay, yeah, so I guess you need to do something. Something. Okay, I think that if we can just get the fertilizer 1 to stabilize, then we might be onto something. Though I must say that this does look stable. It's been hovering around 23% for ever and ever and ever. And it's full. Adding more flywheels, yes. And I don't even know if there's like up to... I still have 2,000 here. Okay. All right, so we have household goods and we have a silly amount of things here. Now, thoughts and ideas about what we should be working on next is very welcome. Oh, I'm gonna be a bit worried about this here. You can never get that out there. Recycling is a weird concept. Hospital, no, definitely not hospital, because hospital needs plastic and glass and stuff like that, and all it gives us is, first of all, it doesn't give us anything. Like this gives us a massive boost. I could work on cakes, sausages, but not fruits though. Open up the second coal mine. Yeah, recycling. Why is no because all of my research is now the next tier research, like hydrogen production. That means I need to go to the next tier, which isn't actually that difficult. All it needs is just bringing glass in here, so I could do that. And but the one thing, it's actually going to be just working slower. We could get this to sort of get some ship weapons, so we can actually go out and ship fuel tank upgrade and ship armor as well. That might be something. Ooh, we can also get... that must be the big ones that get even bigger. Wow. And then this is going to be unloading even faster, right? Unload cargo 100% faster compared to the basic model. What? But, what? That doesn't seem like much. Where's the other cargo? Cargo depot. There. Unloads cargo 50% faster compared to the basic. Okay. Yeah, okay. You are not ready for next year tech, so do not need to up anything before you do it. What? You are not ready for next level up. How's this coming? They're holding. Basic unlocks 60. Yeah. That's our backup power. Yeah, I think that it might be time for us to go into some big design mess. Oh. They're gonna hate me for it. Because now they can't... Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe that was just a bit too much. Come on. That's good enough. It's going to be a bit inefficient going back and forth here, but... yeah. Basically, are your mines and resources ready for the next level up? What do you mean? I mean, it's not like once I go that level up, everything has to be doubled up. No, it's basically you can unlock a bit of research, and the only point would be if, for example, stuff like this one required, I don't know, here it requires electronics too that needs gold, and then I went like, well, I can't do that. But that's over here, I think, electronics. Where can we make electronics? That means we need to make PCBs and plastic, copper. Ugh. Yeah, that's not really something. I mean, my mind's is something that'll be continually updated, I would say. This one just has to go out. And you might wonder, how far does he want to go with this? Well, that corner and that corner. That's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm pretty ambitious about my landfilling plans here. Can't believe this is almost done. Damn. Is meaningful amounts requires nuclear power. Producing silicon. Is that sloped? Oh, the stuff I just built? No. The underground is sloped. Yeah. Seafloor is deep. Very, very deep. Do you have an island coal mine to tap? Yes, I do. And I have been preparing so that I am ready to tap it right here. I can just start munching on it and then I get it. So I have tons of coal, like a lot of coal here. Also sort of need to sort of consider where to get in, but honestly, I'm just going to be munching on everything with these. So I've been quite happy about this process here. Look at that coal. Yeah, it's nice. Except that it's kind of mixed with iron here, but yeah, you know. we'll also this iron is going to just destroy everything once we start mining it. But this one's yeah. This is also a problem. This could be running out eventually, and that's the gold peaks. Lots and lots of gold. Don't know if we can just dig straight in or how that works. And there's a tiny bit of oil here, if need be, and some plateaus here and there. But I think I'll you know what I think we'll do after the break. Oh, look at that. Flew moderate, but we're still at plus 21. Fuck yeah. Oh, edicts? Edicts? Why we're burning edicts on this? Because there's no point not to, because we have so much. Is there anything that would be super nice to get? More household goods? Consumption increased by 25. No raiding IKEA. Overloaded trucks. Maintenance reducer, farming boost, recycling increase. That's interesting. Yeah. So either recycling or starting to design some oil. Let's if there is a moderator that's awake and alive and helpful and all that stuff, of course there is, then I'm going to take a short break and then I'll be back in 2 minutes. Oops, retaining wall. No. Where? Which one? No. No? Oh, it's that one. Oh, crap. Yeah, I'm going to take a break and oil or something else. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Why is that means I need to mine this to get rid of that. Anyway, that's not what we're going to do right now. What do we want to look at as the thing? We want to look at that sewage plant. I mean, these guys, they were like, we'll have a beachfront view, and then someone puts a toxic plant with chlorine, tanks of chlorine, open sewage, and sludge right outside the window. It's like, well, that might not be great for your property value, but at least you can see the industry in progress. I'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. What to build? Forgot to pause it, so I don't dare just leave it running. I don't dare. What I do see is this didn't trigger by itself. It's weird that it didn't trigger. Let's see if it's... Thank you, a new protector of the path. Welcome to the community, and thank you for your pledge as a new protector. Let's see if there's a Discord name. There is. Barry. Thank you. And welcome if you're here. Also, if you're not here, you're also still welcome. That is the fuel gas, and that's the compost. So we have dealt with both of those. How is this one? Still has something. Still, these are okay. You are going to request whatever it's there. This one is chronically not okay. I think you should get a buffer tank for MK1, MK2, and 3 parts and concrete blocks, as you will burn them fast with all that unity building. get a buffer. I do have a buffer. Look at that. There, there, and there. Decent buffers. It's all good. What? Chicken farm. But why? Why are you no good? Truck cannot reach destination. What destination do you want to go to? Why would you go there? Oh, it can't exit. Okay. Why are you so slow? Why is this so slow? We're full. We're full. Okay, I'm gonna need to take this corn out. Okay, we have some plans. This is gonna be a mess, but it's my mess. Okay, first of all, there. That goes away. Quick remove. Because I need to be able to access this part. You will be... And in order to access it, I need to go 2 levels up. I don't think this is going to be happy. That might work, but this is also working. Yep. Apparently, sometimes it works. Level 2, 3 distance off. So that's now reconstructed. That is excellent. You are panic buying this, and you should also stop doing whatever you're doing. You know what? I'll take it out. Actually, that's probably simpler. And then I need to make a something. What is it I can use? The corn. I want to make the corn into animal feed. That's the one. Yeah. So we'll make an animal feeder here. And then loop it on that belt. Go back here. So I need you to go away. Like, acutely go away. Like, a lot. I don't even know where to get it, but... Just get out of here. Feed corn to your city. I already am. Chicken farm destination available. Oh, no. Well, that's actually what we expected, so that's okay. Yeah. All right, off you go. Trucks cannot reach destination. What is that destination? I don't do that. Off. It will never be valid. There. Good. And you are not working because this one. I wonder if it's going... Ugh. Retaining wall will collapse now. No. Now what? Is this... Which one is it? Is it this one? We were doing so great. No warnings and stuff. Okay, I'll just remove this one and ignore it. Chickens, no, not enough food. Here. Get that empty. Come on. This is not working because we are full on ethanol, because we're full on here. You're working. Oh, that's also full. That's crazy good. And do we have any spare locations here? Could probably deal without that for a bit and then just put corn in here for now. It's not a good deal, but we'll do it. That should make it easier to empty. You know what? I actually should kill this as well. So let's do that. Because that will be replaced with a U-shaped balancer at... That's annoying with this. Like, why can't I not put it here? Because it has this... I don't know what it is, but it doesn't need to be there. Oh, no. That's definitely not what I wanted. I wanted just this one, maybe. Yeah. And now I can build the U shape underneath here. And go in. Nope, that's going to be a level 2. And then I'm going to go a level 1 here. And I'm going to go a level 1 here. Then I'm going to reestablish. Why not? Cannot find valid pillar placement. What are you talking about? That is the first time I've ever heard that before. I don't care about your valid pillar placement. Pallet pillar placement. You go prep. This will be corn into animal feed. One more thing, and then one more thing, and I think I'll just start this. Can't be all wrong. Shut up. Easy. Okay, so this can now be taken out. Yes, you're allowed to pick it up. It'll be prioritizing into here for the oil, the corn mash into ethanol, into plastic. It's all good, but the rest will just go here because I am actually in a position where it's jamming. Whew. Okay. Don't really want you anymore. We'll just figure out where they're... Oh, I want meat in that one. In that eventuality that we might actually have more meat. Good. Hello, Rastaman. Welcome. Balance before storage. I think I'll agree with you in principle, but... in this case, I actually also want it to be, this is the only place you can pick it up and bring it back to the location. So this will be making 66. So it actually has to upgrade the belts. Crazy. That should help on the stupid feed for the stupid farms and stupid chickens. Potatoes? Potatoes. Yeah, overwhelming. What are we? Mr. Me, why are you just yelling potatoes at me? No, you're potatoes. Speaking of that, in Danish, chips, as in not French fries, but chips as in crisps in the crisps in UK are called French potatoes in Danish. But it's not the same as French fries. Yeah. So French potatoes is crisps in the UK and chips in the US. But French fries is chips in the UK and pomfret in Danish, which is again French. Danes are weird. Yeah, no shit. I'm not arguing with that. What was potato in Danish again? Kartoffel. It's a beautiful word in a beautiful language. And it's one of those that really is the epitome of the Danish language. Like a word such as kartoffel. It's like, why would you want to say that? Kartoffel is German. Yes, Danish is very much German. Danish language thing is the words for poison and marriage being the same thing. Yes. Yes, which... Oh, excavator has no fuel. Don't care. You'll get it. You'll get it. Alright, there was overwhelmingly a matter of recycling. Is this going to be our little recycling island? It might be. If so, then it needs to be a bit flattened, because there are some reefs coming up here and there. Okay, so all of that flattening stuff here. Okay, so that is going to be, let's flatten this area, because that's where we're going to be. And I will reluctantly take one of these precious ones out. I put it into the flattener. Yeah. Build a recycling island on top of the waste dump. Poetic, exactly. Well, that's kind of how we do in Denmark. Oh, something that you can be so depressed about. So most of the energy to Copenhagen comes from a power plant. Well, but that power plant is a modernized one that can burn trash. Awesome. Then, of course, because Danes want to be environmentally friendly, what are we doing? We are sorting our trash. We have to sort it in 6 different buckets with things, and they always change on a monthly basis. What things is wet paper? Is that biodegradable or is it not biodegradable? That changes from week to week, and no one really knows. But anyway, so it gets sorted, and now the power plant in Copenhagen goes like, we can't keep up power for Copenhagen because we don't have enough trash to burn. So what do? You start fucking importing trash. So now you are spending trucks and ships shipping trash from Poland to Denmark to burn it in Copenhagen because Danes are too environmentally friendly. Like, that's just... Yeah, that is... I get so tired when you hear these kind of things. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is not happening. It sounds a bit stupid. No, it sounds pretty fucking stupid. Yeah. City will grow. Don't worry, we'll make more trash. But it's actually, it has happened in several cycles, but it's also happening right now. Oh, here it is, the slow one. Yeah. The cost of transporting, yeah, the cost is low for transporting, but it's not exactly environmentally friendly to be shipping trash around the world. All right, recycling. Woo-hoo. We're gonna build one of these, I think. Well, we are. Oh, it's not that big when you build it on a big trash island. You help another country to recycle. Yes. Yeah. Okay. This is really interesting. Like, first of all, it takes a ton of power. Apparently now we know that 300 kilowatt is a ton of power. And then we have 45 people sorting trash. That is exactly one of the many problems with recycling. Oh, don't even get me started on recycling. It's the worst idea ever. And we're going to be burning through this, and we have a recycling efficiency of 35. Are they manually sorting it? Yes, that's what you have to do. You can't do anything except manually sort things. Waste sorting plant. Yep. It's also 20 maintenance. It's horrifying. And what? For getting 35%? Why would we do this? Why did you want me to do this? I want a statue of maintenance. That's really cool. It's like, it gives -5% maintenance. Yay! If you always provide it with fuel gas. But if you don't provide it with fuel gas, well, because nothing demotivates your workers from performing maintenance more than seeing a broken statue of maintenance. That is true. You could build this multiple times should your wealth allow it, but you get the bonus only once. Okay. Yeah. Probably get the debuff many times. Let's see. There was some recycling. Yeah, we got a bit of recycling. Okay, we can't really get more. We can get recycling edicts, but recycling edict. Yeah, that's more recycling edict. Yeah, but that's also lab 4. 2 times 1 You will get scraps and none of your builds use scraps. What? Scraps 2. 200 red parts is bigger than your buffer. Ah, right. Yeah, but that don't care. Yeah, okay, I get your point. Like, what are we gonna do about the scraps? I think we need to solve what are we gonna do about the scraps before we actually build it and install it and do stuff. Because all of these can consume scrap. Like, there. It can consume scrap. It's excellent. What I can do is just build like a iron scrap here and just feed it in on the same line and go, problem solved. Technically, I would want to exchange this for a priority, so we consume that first. And also, that's kind of a problem because I don't think there's enough room to go by that one tile. That 2 tiles. Yeah, they can share a belt because they have an internal buffer. This means that I can do iron scrap here. And then I have to take this out. I wonder what's going to happen. First of all, we need to make sure that they don't continue to build on this. So if I just take you out, then there will be enough. Let's see how much is actually just, how much it spreads out. It doesn't do much. All right, then let's build the scrap here. Clickety, 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 clickety. Transport. U-shape. (24 plus 24). This is a faster build. But is this also a faster build? It is. U-shape 2. Okay. And priority in here. What if we get anything? That was pretty simple to solve that. Yeah. Prioritize scrap. Oh, right. Yeah, that's a cool thing. Bloop. Now it's prioritized. And bloop. And up. We assume that up means higher priority. That it'll start from the top. There. I think I do have a bit of scrap in one of these buildings. That's recyclables. I thought one of them had some scrap in here. Well, not anymore. We have some sludge. Okay, now let's have a look at the copper. Can we do the same thing on copper? That's not as easily, but we can. It'll have to be one of the first 2 because they are the acid ones. I can also safely say that I could also just not really have done anything like that. Yeah. Actually, we can just kill that one. So this will be dirt. And this will be undirt. And this will be deleted. And you will be not connected, but yes connected. And you will not be dirt, but you will be copper scrap. Abundantly copper scrapped. You're not going to run out of acid. No, I don't think so. I think you're right. So this whole thing, backup thing, but I didn't know at the time. I have become much wiser than I was back then. I need you to go away. This one should also go into here. If they find some copper scrap, then they should be going up. And on this one, I will just be... Go. on. Quick remove. Just burning through it. I have plus 5.82 per month. Ah, that's pretty good. That should be upgraded. It should be upgraded. No copper scrap coming in, but when it does, I will prioritize it here, and I will remember to prioritize the copper scrap recipe as well. Copper scrap recipe is already up there. Nope, actually, that's the iron scrap recipe. That's lovely. Probably not a great idea. Oh, this is copper scrap, and this is copper scrap, and this is copper scrap, and this is copper scrap. Good stuff. You can use everything you give to a settlement. Maintenance goods and the science equipment. Yep. That's also my intention, is that when we get it up and running, I'll switch these recipes to the... Oh, actually we should do that now, because I think we'll be burning through a lot of this. Huh? It's weird that sometimes you can't press it here. Broken glass, only if we have... Yes, we need broken glass as well. How is this not working? Recyclables, yes. But I can't click it. Why can I not click it for some reason? No, it is level. It's a flat bed. No, it's if I can put recyclables in here. Maybe I can't do it until I actually switch it. I think I know why. Don't say anything. This one will absolutely get a warning if it's full. There. So now it does that one, and then it has that the other one as a backup if it runs full for whatever reason. But how much are we producing? We're producing 15. How much are we consuming in recyclables? Oh, a lot. Like a million. 42. No, 42. Okay, 48. Okay. That's not much. Right, how are we doing on the flattening? The flattening. You're complaining, so that's okay. I'll try to see if I can get you out. And maybe I can actually get... Oh, no. Coal is not working. That's not good. How did it go so quick? How did my iron just disappear so damn quickly? Or my coal, that is. This is gonna cause some problems. And there's still a problem about something here. Can you do this? Can I? F. Maybe? Maybe. The point of the game is to be efficient with resources. What? Don't know. Don't know what that is. Efficient? I can be effective with resources. They're not. Efficiency is never my thing. This one is very soon out. Time to get some sleep. Alright, PJJ, thank you for joining. It's a fine evening. Okay, I think we can remove a big part of this here. That one. But we do have a little bit out here that still needs some flattening. It is still working there. It can sort of still dig down. Can it? Where are you going now? I wonder where you're going. I wish I knew where you were going. But you seem to believe that you can get there. Huh. Well, don't matter. Maybe it's going back and giving up on life. Is it? Fertilizer? Yep. No, what? No available, what? Storage alert. That's low. That's not great. It's because they stole everything from here. Oh no, that's because... that's not good. The stupid soybeans are not getting burned. Oh, that's urgent. Panic? Oh, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I'm gonna have to do the same thing as that. Stupid soybeans. Yes, stupid soybeans. And this is also running full. I need to feed more. I can't believe I'm saying this. I need more chicken. Keep feeding. Go. Extremely busy. Panic, panic, panic. What are we going to do about this? The obvious thing is I'm going to build the same thing as here, except I don't have the space for it. Unless I reconstruct the whole thing to sort of compact it a bit more. But even then, I don't have enough storage for all of this. What are we going to do about it? Truck can't reach destination. Okay, where are you going again? Oh, you still want to... you want to what? Yeah, but not this. This is off limits. You can take it from here. This one's also off limit. Okay. Okay. What are we gonna do with all the soybeans? That's a good to do that. But cooking oil, that is what we're doing now, right? We're doing cooking oil. Yeah, we're doing cooking oil. But why are we not getting the cooking oil? It's because it's going into a blob here that's not working. Well, it's not working. It's just... Alright, here's the very, very short-term solution. The problem is too much feed, not building more of it. Yes, right now it's, well, actually not really the feed. The feed is also slow, very close to running full. Now it's blocking, but this is the one that blocks this line here. So soybeans was cooking oil and nothing else. Cooking oil. How do you make tofu? I thought tofu was soybeans. Oh, it is. Food processor. So water, sulfur, limestone gets to be tofu and a bit. I think that might be what we want then. Sure. But I can't reach this one. I can make an awful solution that sort of takes it out somewhere else and then into a box that is inaccessible. It definitely needs a better setup, this one. This is trying to do way too many things. Way too many things, actually. Okay, another panic option here. Hold on, if I do this, I will not be able to reach my corn stuff. Okay, I'm gonna make the worst spaghetti I've ever made. This is desperation. Here. Okay. R, F. Okay, that was actually not as bad as it could have been. Prioritize here. The rest goes this way, which will be soybeans, which I can then find a food processor somewhere and then make it into something else. I really need like a big consolidated location, which also kind of indicates that I shouldn't be using this. I should be focusing on this one because I can take this and then go down and make a ramp here and then bring it from here and then bring it down and make like a big, this is our food processing area. I think I like that. Like this is going to be our food processing area. Yeah. Because this is, yeah, very temporary. Let's get a warning when it's full and a warning when this is full, because that's going to give us problems. Warning when this one's full. Okay, recyclable supply is very high. Because we didn't do it. No, where can I make recyclables? I'd like to make recyclables nearby. I can make it up here, but all of this is going to be torn down. Maybe that is the least bad option. Or here, maybe? Honestly, it's just like one build and then a lot of inputs and outputs, right? Yeah. Good evening, Fred. I think I just need to stamp this down somewhere. I don't think it matters very much where it is. There, and then I'll get lots of these. Oh, please have considered this, that it would work. You're fucking with me. You're fucking with me. Why are there so many outputs actually? What is this? Nothing? It's something we don't have, yes, uranium or some crazy. Alright. Then we can casually ignore that. There, that's gonna be fine. Good. And then I'll get the inputs. Oh, why are there two inputs? This will be requesting. I'm just wondering if this is a bad location to build it. It's probably fine. Yeah. How about building it in line with multi-layer belts going between buildings and storage? What? Multi-layer belt? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I can't get belts in for all this crap anytime soon. I'm gonna build it here and just, I promise to make it, so let's see what we got. That is iron scrap, and this is copper scrap, and then it's something else scrap. One of the outputs isn't used. Yeah. Yet, at least. Okay, this must be gold. We don't have gold scrap. But we do have broken glass. Yeah, and then copper scrap. And I just want these to be available, but I want to notify if they run full. Because they shouldn't. Okay. That's being brought in. And we'll be using majority of this. Good. And what I will do is I'll build... This one will get its own supply line, right? Yes. I don't know if that was what you meant. But it's happening. Yeah. Nah, I don't need to have this keep empty. The other one should be requesting it, so it'll be the same. I mean, I can, but it shouldn't matter. It'll just get one higher priority. We haven't sorted the broken glass yet. But hey! Crunch, 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 crunch. Let's go up to our edict center. Recycling edict and recycling edict. Sweet. That gets us... What is our recycling use supply thingy now? We're up to 70%. That's not bad. Put yourself alerts on everything. Train yourself to ignore it. What do you mean by train myself to ignore them? Yeah, I mean... we know we still haven't figured this one out. That went up too quick. But at least it's flowing. There. Excavator can't reach. That's good. You go out and you go out. Yeah. Corn supply is high. And someone should eat that corn, please. We're having way too much farming at this point. Huh. No snacks. No meat. No meat at all. Really? No meat? No snacks? Why are snacks dead? Are you kidding me? That is... Is it because they can't reach it or what? It can... Yeah, it can reach it, right? So it should be able to. Let's try and see if we can up the priority. We are extremely busy because we are building this. And what are you now doing? Yeah, but who said you were supposed to do that? Off, off. I don't get why they do that. Probably here as well. It's because it hasn't been delivered into this facility by belt yet, and therefore it is enabled. Nothing to mine. Okay, now we're working on sorting all of the warnings here, so don't worry, we'll get there. I hope. And this is also going to be fun when we start taking down that parts. Truck cannot reach destination. Where are you going? That is fine, but you're never supposed to do that. Good. Fertilizer supply is low. Well, don't go. Where are you not going? That's... What? Oh, it's because you don't have anywhere to go. Yeah, okay. Then let's... there's always more work for you. All right. Fertilizer low. There we go. I worked my way through my my no to dump products. That is because I am not having enough here. That's the extremely busy part again. What are the things we can do recyclable for? There. That is maintenance. That's the only thing we get recyclables for. I thought it was actually more things. Okay, this is now being emptied. Good. And soybeans are too full. So we'll run into a soybean related issue very soon. But I think we need like a concerted effort to do something here. I'm kind of thinking, what if I built a ramp here? Wouldn't that be pretty cool? So they could go in here and go down. I think so. If I do that, it's going to be overflowing, so it's kind of shitty. Here. Do you think that's enough? Can't see it, how it's misplaced. Okay. Chicken farm, not enough food. That's kind of okay. Okay, that's also probably a bit overambitious. How did I... 15, 15, 15? 3 wide for lamps. Yeah. How do I... How did I set the slaughtering thing? No, the maximum? Oh, the maximum was for slaughtering. Yeah. Okay, so let's dial them all back to 400. Oops, that was a bit too much. There we go. Ah, they'll come back. Whoops. And that's more meat for the grinder. Woo. Okay, corn supply's low? Are you kidding me? It needs to go there. Just empty. This one is not a good idea because it won't empty beyond that point. That's weird, right? That's weird that we are... Suddenly the corn is not working because it's going out here. Well, at least this one's stuck, so I guess that's the thing. So now it's filling up. Good. Okay, definitely. Oh, retaining walls. Mistakes were made. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot to build the retaining walls here. Oh yeah, that's because it doesn't work. I can't. I have no depth perception here. Guess that's a thing. And maybe also these are not working great if they are ethereal. Don't care. No place to dump product. That's kind of just sad. Just fix it already. You're not going to be doing anything. Retaining wall is going to collapse. I know, but don't care. They can go up and down here, so that's fine. do something like this. There we go. There's no way for me to remove this part because it's just a mess. I'll just have to accept these or tear them down. That's the part that like, it's really difficult to fix problems here. But this is looking good. This is a nice little ramp. It'll cut a lot of the travel time of cycling around here. I don't know actually why there's so many things that are going here. Where are they coming from? Like you? Does that mean you're actually... Is that big? Oh, we're done. We're freaking done. You kidding me? That is insane. All right, well, that's good because this is where I want to focus. So good thing we built that ramp. Ah, everything is awful forever. Yeah. Oh, man. That is so cool. That's not cool. Yeah, got huge tracts of land. But I don't want her. Yep. Good, we got a common set of literary references. I'm gonna have to do like a massive retooling of this, where it's basically going to be everything comes, all the food comes in on one belt, and then it splits out to be each type of food. Then for each type of food, it'll have like a tiered. The first priority is this, like for example, the first priority is corn mash. Anything residual goes to a storage. Anything residual beyond that gets turned into animal feed. With soybeans, it's primarily going to be cooking oil, maybe, then storage just for accessibility, and then the rest into that. Yeah, I think that's kind of how it is. Damn sugar canes. Well, we'll get there, I hope. All right, chicken farm has not enough food. Is that just a very extremely busy problem? I think it might be. The wheat is coming in and it's flowing out again. All right, fertilizer is low. Retaining walls, we can ignore that. Retaining walls, we can ignore that. I mean, that's just limestone supply is low, and that's that because the limestone can't be... Why is limestone supply low? Okay. It's because it's barely mining limestone, I guess. Yeah, this corner is not going to have any limestone, so that's kind of just a waste of time to actually cut that corner out. Okay, but it needs to go further down, I guess. And I'd like to go over here. Oh, can I take this corner here? Yes, I can. It'll sink something. Let's take that. And also, I think we need one more. So, kill one of these. And take it into limestone. Good. Please consider third tile for ramp. You will need place to drag belts with food. Yes, but I can't really do that now, but I also want to drag the food down here. So that's coming in at the edge and then spreading the factory this way. So that my pickup will be on this location, right? I want to get the pickups on this location. So that means this will go straight in along the edge, and then I'll have like a branch off for soybeans, a branch off for corn, a branch off for wheat, and a branch off for potatoes. That's my plan. Make the limestone into a dual ore site and make it into the copper. Copper? You mean iron? Don't really know that yet. Why I wouldn't do that. Don't feel that's necessary. It's good. This one has actually been keeping up now. And how about our recycling? How's that keeping up? Yeah, pretty good. We don't have any broken glass. And we will have a constant... So then make sure that we have this one off, and I will not have truck exporting here. Yeah, so that's good, I think. And this is problematic for the limestone. But honestly, don't we have the limestone? No, we don't. We have almost no limestone here. Something here, something there. Really not a lot of limestone that's actually being accessible. All right. Yeah. We'll take that and then ignore that corner. Can the variable jump off the wall? No, unfortunately not. So we'll have to make a ramp for it as well. And I want to make a ramp over here, but let's get this one going. This needs to be done. Oh, fuel station 2 is out of fuel. Why? That's also just extremely busy. I don't know why we're extremely busy. I don't know what happened to make us extremely busy. I mean, I know that this one got us started on being extremely busy, but now that this is gone, then I shouldn't be having much going back and forth. I think, like, obviously still glass and stuff. Wonder if the glass is actually running out. Limestone is running out for our concrete production. Now we do have a stockpile of concrete, so we're not sort of panicky. I actually think the reason is that they are now going really far away. Like, they're always idle now, because where can they go? They have to go all the way over here. Let's have a look at what we're doing mostly. Yeah, 16 and 18 jobs. That's the majority of jobs we're doing. Yeah. All right. So I think we'll be wrapping up this this stream here. We'll be back tomorrow and continue on this beautiful endeavor. There's also an argument for actually just dragging it here and here first. Nah. Like, trying to connect these two. I don't think that's actually a point I want to do, because I will want to go up here. I don't know. Okay, we definitely have oil, and we have a big restructuring of all our food. What is really important is that I need to urgently fix that we use soybeans for something food processor wise. Will you move farms and dig that drain? No, I actually don't think so. I think they're fine. Placed fine. The only place I can move it was over here, and it doesn't actually, it'll take basically all of the space, right? If we just, and this is only 6, and I need one more, so it'll be here plus one more. Then if I do this, then I mean, do I even have any space left? It is an option, and it's something I've considered, but I'm not really I don't think that's what I want. I want to make oil build here first. Dump dirt on the right side. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I could dump dirt primarily here, and then just force it to say any dirt goes here from all location, and then remove global dirt dump. Global dirt dumping. Whew, tough one. Global dirt dumping. Look at that mountain. It's completely gone now. I mean, not really. There's still a bit of mountain left, but we took a bite out of it. Here. Yeah. And then once that's done, I'm like, what am I going to dig out then? Flatten here so they don't have to go up and down. I don't know. We'll definitely keep a lot of them just digging away. Anyway, this is going to be a time for us to wrap up. I think we are okay. Corn supply, corn is just supply issue. Limestone is mining needs to get back online. Fertilizer is the usual problem, but not diesel anymore, so that's good. And we have a silly amount of Unity coming in, so that's even with our buffed up recycling for no reason. Cool. So thank you all for joining. I will be back tomorrow. There should also be an episode tomorrow on the Dyson Sphere changes that we saw today. So if you didn't catch the start of the stream and want to see what's new in the Dyson Sphere program patch, then I'll be making a video of that tomorrow. And then see how much of the mountain there is. You can go much bigger. Sure. And I will. So thank you all for joining. See you guys. Take care. And thanks for your support. Good night.